Chapter 753. Gu Shinian said, "Mommy, you called me here to talk about this." Lin Che said, "Now I'm locked up here and can't get out because of you. You little brat, I told you to be more well-behaved. Now, you've only been well-behaved for a few days, and you've already caused such a big trouble. Now think of a way to get us out of here. Otherwise, you just wait and see." Since Lin Che gave birth to him, he naturally knew what he was thinking, so he didn't hold back when he spoke to him. Gu Shinian spread his hands expressionlessly and pushed his glasses up his nose. "Mommy, aren't you going too far by letting a 3-year-old like me think of a way?" Lin Che directly grabbed his collar and dragged him inside. "Now you have the nerve to call yourself a 3-year-old. I'm a 3-year-old, but Mommy, you're not even as good as a 3-year-old. Just admit it. Scram!" Lin Che looked at him angrily. Gu Shinian said, "Even a 3-year-old can tell that you've been waiting for your daddy all these years, but you're still so unreasonable when you come back." "Really?" Lin Che's face flushed red. "Gu, sure, Nian." "Mommy, you're not the only one who misses Daddy. I miss Daddy too. Also," he patted his little pants, raised his feet, and sat on the chair in front of him. Although he wasn't tall enough and his legs could only droop, he looked decent. "Also, Mommy, the main thing is that I searched all the elite single men in the world and realized that the rich ones are too old, and the handsome ones aren't rich. Even if they are rich, they're not as rich as Daddy. So, I feel that there's really no man who can compare to Daddy. Since he's your best choice, forgive him for now. We'll see how he performs in the future. If he can't do it, we'll make other plans." So, was he choosing a father or a sugar daddy? She felt that she had failed in her education. Otherwise, why would he be so snobbish at such a young age? "Nian Nian, you have to know that finding a father is about finding the warmth of a family. You can't think like you do. This is not right." However, Nian Nian looked at Lin Che and said, "Mom, don't be silly. It takes a lot of time and energy to observe a man's true heart. You need at least a year to get to know him, 2 years to get used to it, and 3 years to convince yourself that it's him. However, every man will turn bad. Good-looking men will turn bad. Ugly men will turn bad. Rich men will turn bad. Poor men will turn bad. Since that's the case, why don't you find a rich and handsome man? Even if he turns bad, at least you can still look at him." Lin Che really felt that he was about to be convinced, but Gu Shinian, "Stop brainwashing me." Gu Shinian said, "Mom, I'm telling the truth. Since you still have a father in your heart, why should we leave? However, if you can be a little unreasonable and ask him to apologize a few more times, it's fine too. We can pretend that we want to leave, but we can't. All right, Mom, it's decided. I'm going to sleep now." "Hey, you." Lin Che hurriedly pulled him. "You're sleeping with me tonight. Where are you going?" Gu Shinian turned around and said coldly, "Mom, you're already so big. I don't think you need me to accompany you anymore. It's better for me to sleep next door." "Who wants me to accompany you?" However, at this moment, Gu Shinian went to open the door. Then a big white dog darted in from outside. Lin Che was stunned. Gu Shinian's face was ashen. After an unknown period of time, Lin Che suddenly remembered. Wasn't this Prince? He had actually grown so big. Prince was so fat that he looked like a meatball. He was several times bigger than before. He had been raised so well that his fur was shiny and he looked majestic. If he went out like this, no one would think that he was a little mongrel anymore. "Wow, Prince, 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 do you still remember me?" Lin Che pounced over and hugged Prince. Prince also whimpered excitedly. He fell onto Lin Che's shoes and started rubbing against them. At the back, Gu Shinian said speechlessly, "It's just like what the internet says. There's a stinky dog here." Gu Shinian had never been interested in dogs or cats since he was young. He had always avoided them as much as he could. He was like his father in this aspect. Lin Che raised his head. "What are you talking about? This isn't a stinky dog. It's a dog I raised. It's your brother. Come over and take a look." Gu Shinian pushed his glasses. "Mom, Mr. Darwin almost jumped up in anger when he heard you say that. It's a canine. I'm a human. He's not my brother." This child was really not cute at all. Gu Shinian said, "I found it on the internet a long time ago. It said that there's a cheap Chinese countryside dog in the Gu family. I didn't expect it to be Mom's. Mom, it's already a problem for you to feed yourself. Why are you so stubborn to raise a dog? Gu Shinian, get out of here. Lin Che glared at him and looked down at Prince. Prince, you're so big and mighty. I miss you so much. Come and give me a hug. Just then, the door opened and a servant walked in. Madam, you're finally back. Prince misses you so much. Look at how close he is to you. Lin Che looked up and saw a familiar servant. He smiled at her and said, I miss him too. I miss you guys too. The servant said, we miss you too, but the one who misses you the most is Sir. Sir has just prepared some clothes for you. Although the clothes inside are clean, they're from a few years ago. At the mention of that annoying man, Lin Che's face only tensed up. He said, leave it here. It's okay. I'll just stay here for a while, and then I'll leave. Madam, you don't want to? Since you're back, why don't you stay? Young master is already so old. He should have a home and live with his parents. Lin Che said to the servant, this matter, I'll think about it slowly. The servant tactfully left the room. Lin Che walked in, and Prince immediately followed. The dog was really a very intelligent animal. After so long, he still remembered her. He still remembered that she was his owner. He just came over and stuck to her. And behind her, Gu Shinian could only follow with a cold expression. Outside, Yun Quishan looked at Yun Luo. Was that Gu Jing's ex-wife? Yun Luo sat there, clenching her hands. Maybe. Yun Quishan glared at her. You only know how to be a yes-man. Look at her, she just walked in. You don't even know how to fight for her. If you like Gu Jingze, just tell him. If you don't tell him, how will he know? Chapter 754. Yun Luo's face turned red, but she couldn't say anything. Dad, I'm not. That's enough, daughter. Dad is just worried about you. I didn't see what that woman looked like. She must have come back because she knew you were here, so she came back to steal your man. You have to be careful. Jingze treats you so well that it arouses others' jealousy. That's why she came back. This shows that Jingze treats you too well. That's why, Dad, but I feel that Jingze treats that woman. He seemed to be very special to her. He indulged her so much, but she hurt him and threw him in front of so many people. If it were someone else, he would have been taken away, but Gu Jingze didn't do anything to her. Instead, he directly carried her away. What can he do to that woman? Humph, no matter what, Gu Jingze sent her abroad for so many years. It can be seen that she is just like that in Gu Jingze's eyes. She only gave birth to Gu Jingze's child. Without the child, she is nothing. At night, Lin Che called Mu Firen before going to bed. I'm still at the Gu mansion. I can't go out today. Help me take care of my family. I'll think of a solution tomorrow. Mu Firen smiled. Think of a solution? How can you escape from Gu Jingze's house? Sai, don't mention it. It's all Gu Shinian's fault. Maybe he really misses his father. No matter how smart he is, he's just a child, Mu Firen said. Lin Che paused for a moment and looked at the child who had already fallen into a deep sleep. Children sleep well when they are young. Maybe it's because they are carefree and don't need to think about anything. She reached out her hand to touch Gu Shinian's cheek. It was soft and felt really good to the touch. She sighed. Indeed, he's just a kid. The next day, Lin Che got out of bed and started packing his things. His luggage had been delivered yesterday. It wasn't much, but he still had to pack. Gu Shinian was sitting by the side, reading something on his tablet. When Gu Jingze hurriedly walked in, Gu Shinian only raised his head with a hint of sympathy in his eyes. He looked at Gu Jingze and silently lowered his head to continue looking at his tablet. Gu Jingze grabbed Lin Che's luggage and said, Why are you packing this? Lin Che pulled her back. Bring Yen Yen back. Gu Jingze pressed her hand down again. I've already said that this is your home. Where are you going? Back to Seattle. She raised her head and looked at Gu Jingze. I'm used to the life there. Why do you want me to stay here? Gu Jingze looked at Gu Shinian. Don't you want to give him a complete family? Lin Che said, a complete family doesn't just mean that both mom and dad are around. This family needs love. You and I obviously don't have that, so there's no point in forcing us to be together. Gu Jingze's face darkened. What? Was she saying there was no love between them? No feelings? Was it forcefully put together? Gu Jing's hands fell to his sides as he looked in Lin Che's direction. Then he said to Gu Shinian, who seemed unconcerned, Yin Yin, go out for a while. I have something to talk to your mother alone. Hearing this, Gu Shinian jumped down from his chair. His expression was wooden as he walked past the two of them. The door was closed. Gu Jingza finally arrived in front of Lin Che. No love? He grabbed Lin Che's hand and looked at her. Tell me, if there's no love, why are you still wearing the ring I gave you? Lin Che was stunned. She had worn the ring for so many years and was used to it. She said, this when I came back, I saw that it had been in the jewelry box for so long. How could I remember who gave it to me? I just thought it looked expensive, so I put it on. Lin Che pulled her hand back as she said this. What did she mean by she didn't remember who gave it to her? Who else gave it to you besides me? Why? Do you think you're the only man in the world? Let go of me, Gu Jingza. If you do this again, I'll call the police. Call the police? Why do you want to call the police? I'll sue you for detention. Lin Che narrowed her eyes. Detention? Gu Jing's gaze turned dangerous. He moved closer and closer to her. When that thick aura surrounded her again, she retreated step by step. Gu Jingza, what are you doing? Stay away from me. Lin Che said as she placed her hand on the wall behind her. She leaned against it and heard Gu Jingza suddenly whisper in her ear, since you want to sue me, detention seems to be too light. Why don't you add another one? His lips pressed against her earlobe. The man leaned down and enveloped her entire body with his strong aura. Lin Che's eyes flashed. Then she heard what he said next. How about rape? As soon as he said this, his lips pressed down. The moment they touched, Gu Jing's heart was already in his throat. How long had it been since he had tasted her delicious lips? How long had it been since he had such intimate contact with her? He didn't know, but his body's instincts told him that he missed her taste, her lips, her face, the feel of her, everything about her. So when he was so close to her, his heart seemed to be boiling. He couldn't control his feelings. His lips covered hers impatiently, and the tip of his tongue rolled into her mouth. It was as if he was going to set off a storm. It was fast and direct. He hugged her just like that, pressing her completely in his arms. Hugging her, he put his hands into her long hair. He felt the softness of her hair. He narrowed his eyes, and his heart couldn't help but be intoxicated. Lin Che only came back to her senses after he pushed her completely onto the bed. What was this man doing? It was as if he was going to eat her up. His crazy actions were frightening. But this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was what was he doing? Was he really going to rape her? Lin Che wouldn't allow it. She felt Gu Jing's entire body curl up. That smell made her feel as if it was really old wine. It filled her with memories. The touch of his body was so sexy and seductive, but she definitely wouldn't allow herself to sink into it. So, she grabbed his shoulders with both hands, then kicked his leg with one leg. With a roll of her body, she threw him to the ground again. Chapter 755. Gu Jing's head hit the wall, and he felt dizzy from the fall. If he hadn't been so engrossed in it, she wouldn't have been able to get away with it. However, he didn't have time to think about it now because Lin Che had already jumped out. Gu Jingza covered his red head with his hand and cursed in his heart. Shit, what the hell did this woman learn abroad? How dare she hit me again and again? But the next moment, he had already gotten up and ran out. Outside, the Gu family's bodyguards were standing there one by one. As soon as Lin Che came out, she felt her face stiffen. She had forgotten that Gu Jingza was Gu Jingza after all. The bodyguards around him were all experienced fighters. She could fight one of them, but there were so many of them. The bodyguards surrounded them one by one. Gu Jingza came out with a wound on his head. He stood there, holding his head and looking exasperated. Was this still Gu Jingza? Yes, this was their master Gu Jingza. But it was the Gu Jingza in front of Lin Che, not the Gu Jingza in front of others. Lin Che stopped and turned to look at Gu Jingza. Gu Jingza took a deep breath and said, I told you, you can't get away. Hey, what's going on here? Just then, Yu Minmin's voice came from outside. Lin Che's eyes lit up. Yu Minmin was here. Gu Jingza walked over from behind and said to her, All right, I'll take Nian Yin to the office first. You haven't seen your friends in a long time, so I'll leave this place for you in the afternoon. Hey you, Gu Jingza came over and said, also, don't try to run away. Be a good girl and wait for me at home. Be a good girl, my foot. Lin Che avoided his lips that were about to come closer and snorted. Gu Jingza wasn't angry. He smiled and walked out. Seeing that he had left, Lin Che hurried over to Yu Minmin. Minmin, seeing Yu Minmin, who was dressed in a black business suit, and Xin Yuran, who was very feminine, Lin Che hurried over. The three women hugged. Then, Xin Yuran looked at her and said, "Where's Nian Nian?" Lin Che looked inside. Gu Jingza took her to the office. Okay. Gu Jingza must be overjoyed. Lin Che recalled what had just happened and still felt angry. All right, don't mention that bastard. Why are you guys here? Yu Minmin said. Gu Jingza asked if you were here, so we rushed over to see you. The three of them sat down in the living room and ate the fruits and snacks sent by the servants. It was early in the morning, and everyone was in high spirits. Lin Che looked at Xin Yuran and said, "Where are the twins in your family? I'll let the nanny take care of them. If the two of them come, they'll definitely turn your house upside down. This place is so beautiful and expensive. Even if anything is broken, it'll be priceless. How would I dare to bring them here?" Yu Minmin said, "On the other hand, Abai wanted to come, but she couldn't come because of something at the company. She went to work and will come in the afternoon." Yu Minmin handed her a card and said, "This is the company's bonus card. It's been doing well for the past few years. I kept it for you when you weren't around." Lin Che hurriedly said, "Forget it. I haven't been able to help you much these past few years. How can I just take the money?" Yu Minmin smiled. "All right, you're our major shareholder. You invested in us back then. Shareholders who invest get dividends. How can we not give you money just because you're not doing anything for the time being? Take it. If you can't do anything, do more in the future to make up for our hard work all these years." Lin Che looked at the card and sighed. He had no choice but to accept it. All right, anyway, the current Madam President doesn't lack this bit of money. However, the company's profits in the past few years have been very good. Some of the artists that had been signed had already started to come online one after another. Some of them had developed very well and made some money for the company. Of course, most of the money was still invested in the company, so there wasn't much spare money to take out. However, she had already received a lot of dividends. Xin Yuran looked at Yu Minmin and said, "Yeah, Mr. President goes wherever he goes. He shows his love on TV every day. Haven't you seen how many people have become fans of the president and his wife? However, your body is almost recovered. When are you going to have a child?" After the previous ectopic pregnancy, she had been taking care of her body. Actually, it had been many years, but she didn't have much confidence and didn't dare to get pregnant. Hearing Xin Yuran's words, she thought for a moment and said, "I'll try my best to be early. You've really become a housewife. You're always urging others to have children." "That's right. After I give birth, I want to urge others to fall into the pit so that we don't have to take care of the child. You're so free and easy, but we're so miserable." The three of them burst into laughter. After that, they talked a lot about their lives and some situations. Yu Minmin thought of Mu Firen. Oh yeah, is Mu Firen still living in Seattle? Has she really retired from the entertainment industry and never acted again? Lin Che said, "I heard that she doesn't want to act for the time being." Xin Yuran said, "You guys are so fated to meet each other in Seattle and become so familiar with each other. I'm jealous. I used to be Mu Firen's fan. I feel a little sorry that she suddenly stopped acting." Lin Che said, "Anyone who has experienced so many things will have some changes in their state of mind. Anyway, she has made enough money to live a good life these years. She also has some property and real estate. She won't starve to death." Yu Minmin said, "But that bastard Mo Ding doesn't want to acknowledge the child or her as his wife. He's even saying that he doesn't want a divorce. It's outrageous. Everyone in the industry knows that he hasn't done anything good in the past few years." Lin Che said, "Firen doesn't want anything. As long as he can divorce her, everything will be fine." Thinking of this, they all felt a little sorry for Mu Firen. She used to be the absolute queen of the country and had all kinds of men. She had loved Mo Ding for so many years and finally married him, but she ended up like this. The three of them chatted for the whole morning. At noon, Gu Jingzi came to pick her up for lunch. Seeing Gu Jingzi come in, Lin Che said, "I'm going to the company with Min Min. You can eat whatever you want." "Lin Che, we haven't had a good meal together since you came back. Come with me today." "No, I want to go with Min Min and the others." "You have to go." "Let's go. I'm ready." Gu Jingzi came up and took her hand. "You, Gu Jingzi, what are you doing?" Gu Jingzi didn't listen to her. He let her make a fuss all the way and took her to a restaurant. Lin Che was reluctant, so she kept making trouble for him. In the car, she said, "I don't want to eat." Chapter 756. When they arrived, they saw that it was a restaurant that the two of them used to eat at. She got out of the car and looked inside. Gu Jingzi smiled at her. "This restaurant has been doing quite well. Let's go in and see if it's as authentic as before." Lin Che said, "I don't want to go in." Gu Jingzi looked at her and smiled threateningly. "I'll give you a choice. Do you want to go in yourself? Or do I have to carry you and force you to go in?" Carry her? Was she crazy? There were so many people. Was he going to carry her in? However, looking at his raised eyebrows, she had to admit that he was capable of doing such a thing. Lin Che gritted her teeth and looked at him. "There are so many people inside. I don't like to eat in front of so many people." She began to act shamelessly. Gu Jingzi looked inside and said lightly, "Okay, you'll be the only one eating with me today." Then, Gu Jingzi gestured to the people inside. After a while, the people in the restaurant were informed that the place had been booked and that they could leave. Of course, the customers who were halfway through their meal were unwilling. However, when the manager apologetically said that they would compensate them and how much each person would be compensated, some of them wavered. However, the people eating here were not ordinary people. After all, the food here was not cheap. However, after the manager walked around with the Gu family's bodyguards, the other people also left quickly. Even if they didn't recognize anything else, they could at least recognize the Gu family's blue badge. When they left, they were still discussing which young master of the Gu family came out to eat. He's so extravagant to book Lan Kuai-fong. Someone pouted. Gu Jingzi's car was already very obvious. It was a Bugatti worth 20 million yuan. It was a beautiful gray sports car with double seats. There was a beautiful young woman standing beside him. Everyone quickly ran away. They could only admire Gu Jingzi's generosity in wooing a woman. Lin Che didn't expect that Gu Jingzi would really chase everyone away with such great fanfare. As far as she knew, the people who could eat here were all very rich. She didn't know how much he had spent to get these people to leave within 10 minutes. Gu Jingzi didn't care about anyone. He just held Lin Che's hand and led her inside. Lin Che still ignored him, but Gu Jingzi didn't mind. The manager came to order the dishes personally. Gu Jingzi remembered which dishes Lin Che liked to eat, so he ordered these dishes and asked someone to prepare them. He turned around to look at Lin Che. Seeing that Lin Che still ignored him, he took a deep breath and said, "Lin Che, no matter what you do this time, I won't let you go, so you'd better give up. From now on, you will never leave my sight." Lin Che's gaze paused. He turned around and looked at him. "Gu Jingzi, I've already made it very clear to you. There's no point in keeping me here. My body is here, but my heart isn't." Lin Che. Gu Jingzi crossed the table and reached out to grab her hand. Lin Che frowned. She wanted to pull her hand back, but he held it down tightly. "Lin Che, I sincerely apologize to you. I know that no matter what I say, I can't make up for all the hurt I've caused you all these years. I'm definitely not begging for your forgiveness. I just want you to stay by my side. All these years, no matter what happens, I can endure it. No matter what happens, I can handle it. That's because I've always had a belief that one day I'll bring you back in glory. Now that my wish has finally come true, but you want to leave me, I can't accept it. Lin Che, I can't let you go no matter what." Lin Che slowly turned around to look at him. He stared at her deeply. The complicated look in his eyes seemed to carry all the traces left behind by time. It was fleeting, but she still caught it. She understood that it wasn't easy for her to understand him, but forgiving him so easily made her feel that she was hopeless. Gu Jingzi still held her hand. Promise me, give me a chance. I just need a chance. You. Lin Che had never seen him so submissive to anyone. In her heart, Gu Jingzi should be high and mighty, never lowering his head to anyone. She couldn't accept him lowering his head to anyone. Even to herself, it made her heart ache. What are you doing? You're the dignified CEO, Gu. Why are you begging me? Gu Jingzi shook his head. Yes, I only do this to you. Lin Che's heart softened. She looked at him. What if I keep messing with you? I'll wait until you stop messing with me, he said in a deep voice. What if I can't wait? Lin Che asked. Gu Jingzi's eyes darkened. Why can't I wait? If you mess with me for the rest of your life, I'll mess with you for the rest of my life. Lin Che raised her head. Humph, who wants to mess with you for the rest of my life? Anyway, don't even think about throwing myself into your arms just because you say something nice. I don't know where you learned it, but you're getting more and more sweet talking these days, so you're getting more and more unbelievable. Humph. You. Gu Jingzi raised his eyebrows and looked at her. Lin Che said, I'm also being forced by you here. I don't know where you picked up this bad habit of forcing women. Don't you think it's embarrassing to say it out loud? Lin Che. Gu Jingzi's face turned green and red. After a while, he calmed down and said to her, I'm forcing you now. So what? Anyway, as long as you're fine, we'll be fine together. If you want to mess with me, we'll mess with each other. We'll definitely be together. There won't be any other outcome. As for how you want to live, it's up to you. You. Gu Jingzi, don't be so shameless. How can you be so domineering? I don't believe you can be domineering forever. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to file for divorce. Gu Jingzi smiled and said directly, Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. I'd like to see who dares to interfere in my family affairs. Lin Che was so angry that she almost jumped up. Gu Jingzi didn't care about that. He narrowed his eyes and looked at her, as if he had absolute control over her, making it impossible for her to refute him. Lin Che was so angry that she stomped her feet. She slammed the table and stood up. Gu Jingzi, I'm not eating anymore. You're bullying me, so I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Sigh, this woman, she ran away just like that. Come back here. Gu Jingzi leaped over the table and grabbed her. Lin Che turned around and pushed his hand away. However, she tore his shirt in an instant. She didn't expect that she would use so much strength in a short period of time. However, under the torn shirt, she could see knife marks and scratches on his arm. They weren't obvious, but they stung her eyes. They were from that year, when he single-handedly charged into Li Mingyu's place for her. Chapter 757. While Lin Che was distracted, Gu Jingzi's body had already rolled over. He grabbed Lin Che, pulled her into his arms, and pressed her down on the table with all his might. Lin Che's eyes widened as she looked at his body. Lin Che, what do you want me to do? Gu Jingzi pressed down on her and asked softly. Lin Che lowered her eyebrows. Seeing the scars on his hands, she felt her heart ache. How could there be so many scars on such a healthy body? This was just one of the scars. Back then, the most serious injury was on his back. She wondered if there were more scars on his back. Lin Che felt that she was really despicable. She was still worrying about these things at a time like this. But even at this moment, she didn't want him to be injured at all. Although she thought that he was a nuisance, she still wanted him to be perfect. Lin Che tilted her head. What do I want you to do? What do I have to do for you to let me go? Gu Jingzi said, You don't have to do anything. No matter what you do, I will never let you go. You, Lin Che, I really regret it. Regret? Wasn't it too late to regret it now? She said, There's nothing to regret. With your status, you don't need to regret. She knew that he had no choice but to send her overseas, but he still felt uncomfortable. He said, No, I don't regret sending you overseas. What I regret is that I shouldn't have entered that hotel room that night and met you. Lin Che's eyes widened. What did he mean? Did he regret meeting her? Her heart ached. She moved her mouth and was about to scold him. She was the one who regretted it. But he continued, If I hadn't met you, I might not have become so hesitant. I wouldn't have blamed myself, and I wouldn't have lowered myself to others. But I have met you, so I regret it. But I have met you, and now you are in front of me. Gu Jingze, will never lower myself to another person in my life. But it was you, so I am willing to do this. Lin Che was stunned. She looked at his deep eyes. They were like the deep sea, reflecting her image. That handsome and extraordinary face, after the baptism of time, did not become ugly, but instead carried a little more mature and steady flavor, making people feel more sexy. When these words came out of his mouth, it really made people's hearts melt. She knew that he would never say something like that, so when he said it, it was especially touching. Lin Che closed his eyes and told himself not to fall for his tricks again. She pushed him away and said, Gu Jingze, I'm different from you. I never regretted meeting you, but I regret trusting you so much. Gu Jingze's heart ached. Lin Che pushed him away. Let go of me. She got up and went out. Gu Jingze stood there, stunned. However, he still followed after them. Lin Che strode outside. Because it was lunchtime, the streets outside were bustling with people. Lin Che walked all the way out. She heard Gu Jingze calling her name behind her, but she didn't turn around. Humph, sweet words. She didn't know how to say them in the past. Who did she learn them from? Didn't she use them on Miss Yun after the battle? She was angry with Gu Jingze, so everything she thought about was cursing. When she walked past the pedestrian crossing, she heard Gu Jingze calling her, Lin Che. Where are you going? Lin Che turned around and scolded. Who are you to care where I'm going? Just take care of yourself. Gu Jingze was about to walk over when a van suddenly drove over. Gu Jingze didn't seem to be looking at the road, so he didn't know that the light was green and the pedestrian crossing was red. And Gu Jingze was still walking in this direction. By the time he turned around, it was already too late. He turned his head, and his face showed a moment of surprise. Lin Che immediately shouted, Gu Jingze, be careful. However, her voice was drowned out by the sound of the car braking. Lin Che heard a bang, and Gu Jingze's figure disappeared behind the van. Lin Che felt suffocated. Her mind went blank for a moment. She ran over hurriedly and called Gu Jingze's name. Gu Jingze, are you okay? The van finally came to a stop. Lin Che walked around the car and saw Gu Jingze lying on his side on the ground. The surrounding bodyguards had already surrounded them. Lin Che ran to Gu Jingze's side as fast as she could. She picked Gu Jingze up and called out to him. Gu Jingze? Gu Jingze, wake up. Are you okay? Gu Jingze didn't move. She couldn't even feel his breath. Lin Che's hand touched his nose and felt that there was no breath coming out. She was so shocked that she retracted her hand and shouted even louder, Gu Jingze, wake up. Wake up. The bodyguard said quickly, Madam, should we call the doctor? Of course. Hurry up and call the doctor. Lin Che raised her head and shouted angrily. The bodyguard quickly picked up the phone to make the call. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze, tears almost flowing down her cheeks. However, she still restrained herself and tried to calm herself down. She hurriedly laid Gu Jingze flat on the ground. She tore open his jacket and started to apply pressure on his chest. After a while, he didn't move. She pried open his mouth and gave him artificial respiration. Gu Jingze, wake up. Gu Jingze, I won't allow you to die. Gu Jingze, she pounded his chest, but it was useless. She was really anxious. She kissed his mouth again and continued CPR. However, this time, just as she was about to move, she felt something wet crawl directly into her mouth. Her body was circled by him. Then, he kissed her passionately. The tip of his tongue wrapped around her tongue and deepened the kiss. He rolled her to the ground and rolled into a ball. Only then did Lin Che realize that he was fine. He rejoiced in his heart for a moment, but soon after, he became even more furious. She almost wanted to bite off his tongue, but the moment she closed her mouth, he had already let go of her. Lin Che was so angry that he sat on the ground and slapped his chest. Gu Jingze, what's wrong with you? Gu Jingze gave a muffled laugh, but he clutched his chest and said, You were quite professional just now, but you used too much strength. I almost died because of you. He still dared to say that. You deserve to die. What kind of person is he? He's too despicable. Lin Che continued to pound his chest, but she heard Gu Jingze hug her tightly. Stop it, Lin Che. We've wasted so much time. Let's not waste any more, okay? Who knows which will come first, the future or the accident? Who knows if I don't die today, tomorrow will be. Chapter 758. Get lost. Stop talking. She quickly covered his mouth, not wanting him to continue talking about death. Although she wasn't so angry now, she didn't want to forgive him so easily. She looked at him. Okay, I won't leave. Really? Gu Jing's eyes flashed. Lin Che said, but I want to go back to the Gu family. Gu Jingze looked at her. Why? That's your home. It has always been. Lin Che said, if you want me to change my mind, you'd better rely on your own strength. What kind of hero are you if you rely on trickery? I want to live outside. I want to buy a house for myself and move in. I'll make plans for the future in the future. Gu Jingze was naturally unwilling, but seeing that Lin Che had already made up his mind, he thought about it and nodded. Forget it. At least she had given in. This could be considered a kind of progress. Gu Jingze stood up. Although it was nothing serious, his arm still hurt when he stood up. Lin Che felt it. He looked down and saw that there was a bruise on his arm. Lin Che quickly pulled his arm up. It must be a bruise. Go and apply some medicine. Gu Jingze held her hand. Okay, go and do it for me. Lin Che said. Why? Gu Jingze looked at her deeply. His eyes were full of affection, making it impossible for her to reject him. I don't like people touching me. Lin Che glared at him, feeling that he was really asking for a mile after giving him an inch. I won't. You won't fall in love with me. If that's the case, then I really won't do it. He stared at her, his gaze slightly intoxicated. You. Lin Che really felt that he was someone who would do what he said. Looking at the bruise on his arm, it was so big. If she didn't apply medicine, the scar would definitely be bigger. She said, okay. Seeing that you're a disabled person, I'll treat it as a form of charity. Gu Jingze smiled. It seemed that no matter what she said, he would find it interesting. After applying medicine in the hotel, she lowered her head and carefully cleaned his wound. Lifting her head, she looked at him. Let me know if it hurts. She was very careful. She had a feeling that it would be very painful, especially when she applied the medicine on it. However, he didn't make a sound, as though he didn't feel anything. No matter what she did, he just quietly lowered his head to look at her. His eyes didn't move an inch. Lin Che felt as though he was about to melt under that scorching gaze. He could only pretend that he didn't feel anything. He hurriedly finished the task before throwing the item down. All right, it's done. Gu Jingze looked at it and said, okay, let's eat first. You must be hungry. Lin Che really felt a little hungry. Thinking about buying a house for herself and yin later, she didn't say anything else and sat down to eat. During the meal, Gu Jingze kept staring at her as if she was his food. Lin Che was speechless. After dinner, Gu Jingze ordered his bodyguard to follow Lin Che to look at the house. Some of the places around here have been changed. Don't forget to find them. There are also some new properties that you probably don't know about. When the time comes, let him follow you. It'll save you a lot of trouble, Gu Jingze said. Lin Che thought about it and agreed. Although she wasn't unfamiliar with this place, some places were definitely not the same as before. The property market was different too. It was better to bring someone she was familiar with. She also called Shun Yuran along. In the afternoon, they went to look at the houses together with the bodyguard. Very quickly, they looked at a few places. Lin Che was satisfied with a small villa that was relatively close. Although she wanted to buy a house that was further away, she had no choice. The newly developed properties in B City were all here. In terms of environment, the rich area here was definitely better. Lin Che thought that this was the property she bought, and it would belong to her in the future. She had to buy a better one no matter what. She couldn't buy an unsuitable one just because she threw a tantrum. That wouldn't be worth it. But the price was a little too expensive. She wanted to buy a smaller one. Who knew that before she could pay, the agent said that the biggest house in this area had already been bought by someone with her name written on it. Lin Che looked at the agent in shock. What did you say? The agent smiled and said, it's already been paid for in full. It's the only one with your name written on it. You could take a look. This is the purchase contract. This is the biggest house in our area. There's only one of it, and it's in a very good location. It's in the middle of the scenic area. It has 2 floors and a total of 400 square meters. The front and back courtyards are very good. In front of it is a pond that people can't walk past. It's very quiet. The other houses in our area can't compare to this one. 400 square meters. It's so big. Lin Che wanted to buy at most 200 square meters. The agent said, yes, the renovations are very good too. You can move in directly. Because this was a high-end area, these villas had already been renovated. The style was obvious and the materials were all the best. It was to serve the rich well. Xin Yuran suddenly touched Lin Che's shoulder. You don't have to say anything. It must be your Gu Jingze who bought it for you. Just accept it. He's apologizing to you. Lin Che rolled his eyes. Who wants him to apologize to me like this? All right, then don't say no to money. This house is worth tens of millions. If you want to buy it, can you afford it? Even if it's not for you, it will be your son's property in the future. Just accept it. Lin Che looked at Xin Yuran speechlessly. Xin Yuran had already pushed her into the house to take a look. The house was indeed very comfortable. Xin Yuran walked around and praised. Aya, it's indeed a high-end area. It's indeed for the rich. It's really good here. However, it's definitely not as good as the Gu family's house. You're used to living in the Gu family's house, so you probably think this place is just SOSO. Forget it. You're staying here temporarily anyway. You'll still have to go back to the Gu family's house in the future. Go, go, go. Whose side are you on? Don't chase me away. I'm on your side. Let's go. Didn't you say you wanted to go to your company to take a look? Let's not waste time here. Lin Che thought that it was true. He didn't care about this place anymore and left with Xin Yuran. Gu Jingming had a good relationship with Yu Minmin now. Not to mention anything else, Gu Jingming doted on Yu Minmin. The whole country knew how much Gu Jingming doted on Yu Minmin. Gu Jingming didn't know when it started, but wherever he went, he would bring Yu Minmin with him. He was also very concerned about Yu Minmin, so Yu Minmin wasn't in the company every day. Some of the company's matters were actually handled by Abai. Lin Che really hadn't seen Abai for a long time. The last time was a year ago. She returned to the United States, and he went to Seattle to visit her. Chapter 759. In the company, Yu Minmin received the call and quickly came out to pick up the 2 of them. The company's location hadn't changed, and the decorations hadn't changed either. It was just that some of the equipment had been updated. Yu Minmin came out and said, welcome, welcome back. Lin Che looked at her teasing expression. All right, stop talking nonsense. Is Abai not here? She'll be back soon. Ah, speak of the devil. Look, she's here. Abai was getting out of a car. After not seeing her for a year, she had grown up quite a bit. She looked energetic and had lost some of her previous hostility. She looked especially sunny and was no longer dressed in a non-mainstream outfit. She looked a lot gentler. When she saw Lin Che, she quickly ran over and hugged Lin Che. Lin Che felt like he was going to be squeezed to death by her. She then let go of Lin Che and said to her, you're finally back. If you didn't come back, the company would have been mine. Lin Che held her hand and looked at her. The company is being managed so well by you now. Of course I'm relieved. Abai looked at Yu Minmin. One of you is busy running around, and the other ran abroad to hide. You've given me up, haven't you? Yu Minmin patted her shoulder. Capable people do more work. Come, let's go in and show Lin Che your results. After entering, the old pals who knew that Lin Che was back rushed out one by one. They looked at Lin Che with tears in their eyes and shouted at him. Sister Che, you're finally back. Sister Che, we really missed you. Lin Che also felt very emotional as he looked at everyone and responded to them one by one. At this moment, some sounds came from outside. Lin Che suspiciously turned his head around to look. Abai looked outside and said, oh, Shuiyang is back. He probably came in with some fangirls. Really? Lin Che looked out with interest and saw that the nanny van had stopped outside. A cheerful young man got out of the van. He was wearing sunglasses and a cap. He was wearing an aviator jacket and a pair of jeans. His long legs looked very agile. Who else could it be but Shuiyang? Some fans outside saw him get out of the car and quickly surrounded him. He could only give a simple greeting, and the company's security quickly came out and brought Shui Yang in. Lin Che hadn't seen the entertainment news in China for a long time. He knew that Shui Yang was famous now, but he didn't know that he was already this famous. Lin Che said, "That's amazing. The little guy from before has become a big star now." Yu Minmin winked at Abai. "Isn't it all because of her?" Abai smiled embarrassedly and said, "I didn't do anything. It's all thanks to everyone's efforts and his own strength." Lin Che deliberately looked at Abai with a stunned expression. "Oh, you're being modest now. Annoying. You only know how to laugh at me." Abai hit Lin Che. As he said this, Shui Yang had already walked over. Seeing Lin Che, he hurriedly walked over and said, "Sister Che, you're back." Lin Che looked at this young man. When he had first signed him, he had actually thought that he would become famous. But when he really saw him become famous, he felt a little more incredible and a little more accomplished. She patted his thick shoulder. "Well done." Shui Yang had a smile on his face. It was obvious that he was much more confident than before. "It's all because Sister Che pulled me out of the abyss back then. Otherwise, I wouldn't be where I am today. My achievements today were all given to me by everyone here, including Abai." He looked at Abai with a smile on his face. Abai went up and patted his head. "All right, don't be pretentious. It's not a pretentious convention today." Yu Minmin saw this and exclaimed, "Seriously, if Shui Yang's fans see you treating their idol like this, you'll be hunted down." "Okay." Shui Yang said, "All right, I was just a little excited to see Sister Che back." Abai said, "His fans can't see it." Yu Minmin said, "And this is our company's cash cow right now. If you break it, I'll be angry with you." The few of them laughed and entered the room while chatting and laughing. Back then, Shui Yang acted as the first male lead. Unexpectedly, it was a self-produced online drama that wasn't even broadcasted on TV. It was all played by newcomers, and the production team's funds were pitifully low. All the equipment was barely used, and the scenes were full of loopholes. However, that drama became popular, and the male lead, Shui Yang, who was only 18 years old at that time, was also very popular. Later on, he was continuously invited to film, and he won over the hearts of many young girls. Now, Shui Yang could be considered an A-list celebrity in the country. He had his own camp, and he had also become the most popular artist in Lin Che's studio. Although the other artists were also famous, their achievements were not as great as Shui Yang's. Lin Che looked at the things everyone had done in the company and sighed. "I'm really satisfied to see you guys earn so much money for me after I left. It feels so good to be rich." The few of them had a very good relationship with each other all these years. It was probably because they didn't care too much about this company, and no one cared too much about the details. For Abai, this was her interest. She would only do it if she liked it, and she didn't care about the money. Anyway, her family had plenty of money, and Yu Minmin only treated this as a career. Her family didn't have that much pressure on her, so she didn't care about the money. Lin Che didn't care about it at all. She loved money, but she didn't have much of a definition of money. In any case, she knew a lot, and that was enough. All these years that she hadn't returned to China, the dividends were all kept by Yu Minmin for her. When she came back and saw that she had earned so much money, it felt really good. Therefore, when the few of them ran a company, no one really cared about their interests. That was why their relationship had always been so good, as if everyone was on the same side. Lin Che looked at Abai. "Ever since I came back, you've been busy. You've been so busy recently." Abai said, "Yeah, I'm so busy. Shui Yang's schedule is full, and he's pushed down everything that can be pushed down. But recently, there's a big director called Along who invited him to a movie. I think that movie is definitely the type that can win an award. I want him to take it, but I really can't find the time. I'm still thinking about which movie that's not as good to let him act in." Yu Minmin said, "Then what other shows can't be pushed down?" "There's one. The director is Minister Yin. He has a very good relationship with us, and he always helps us promote newcomers. Since he invited him, it wouldn't be good if he didn't act in it. It's one of his more important shows, and I'm afraid he won't be happy." When Yu Minmin heard this, she thought for a moment and looked at Lin Che. "Sigh, give him a good chance. Let's give Lin Che's first TV show after his comeback." Chapter 760. Lin Che turned his head. Hey, why are you dragging me into this? Abai also looked at Lin Che. Yeah, is she going to make a comeback? Yu Minmin said, of course. She looked at Lin Che seriously. Your acting skills are so good. If it weren't for something, you might have gotten the Oscar by now. How can you give up now? Lin Che had some regrets, but she had just returned and hadn't thought about how she would live in the future. Even her return this time was not part of her plan. How could she still be planning for the future? But she hadn't thought about making a comeback yet. Yu Minmin said, you can think about it. It can be considered as doing Shui Yang a favor and helping the studio a little. This is also your studio, your company. Sacrifice yourself for the company. Lin Che was indeed not someone who could stay idle. When she was in America, she didn't have a single day of leisure. She was always busy, but suddenly going to act. She hadn't acted in a long time, and she really felt that she was rusty. Let me think about it. Hurry up and think about it. As the boss, you have to have some spirit of sacrifice. Anyway, it's decided for now. Give me a definite answer tomorrow. Lin Che said speechlessly, you're not in such a hurry, are you? Of course I'm in a hurry. She looked at Lin Che. I'm still looking forward to the feeling of fighting alongside you. Lin Che looked at Yu Minmin and thought of the feeling of fighting together with her in the past. It was filled with passion. Abai said, it would be best if that could be the case. Shui Yang also said, now that Mu Firen has retired from the film industry, there hasn't been a big sister like Mu Firen in the country for a long time. If Sister Che returns, she will definitely soar into the sky. Lin Che pursed his lips at Shui Yang. You really know how to talk now. Lin Che said, but forget about being better than Firen. I think she has always been the best. Yu Minmin said, how can that be? People grow. She has been acting for so many years and achieved the status of a celebrity. You could do it too. Of course, this all depends on whether you are willing to continue acting. At this moment, her phone rang. Lin Che looked down and saw that it was their little brat, Gu Xinian. Lin Che smiled gently and picked up his phone. Yin Yin, I was just about to pick you up and take you to your new home. Very good, Mom. If you still don't come, I will be tortured to death by Dad. I will wait for you, that's all. Gu Xinian directly hung up the phone, and the words that Lin Che wanted to say were blocked. However, Lin Che was already used to it. Gu Xinian had always been assertive. She didn't speak much, but her words were sharp. Lin Che felt that she was a failure. She felt that she had always lost to a child. Moreover, the child was her own child. Yu Minmin shook his head and looked at Lin Che. Your little devil definitely hasn't inherited any of your intelligence. Sigh. He's so playful at such a young age, and he's so handsome too. What's going to happen to him in the future? How many women's hearts are going to break for him? Abai said, does he look good now? Sigh, but with such a good foundation, he must be pretty good. Do you want me to take a look? I'll think about it and pull him into the circle to be a little child star. Big Sister will personally groom him and make him popular all over the country. Yu Minmin said, forget it. He's the heir of the Gu family. His father has become the head of the family, so he will be the future head of the Gu family. If you seduce him to be an actor, his father will kill you. Abai thought about it and agreed. She flicked her clothes and said, how boring. All right, it's just an occupational disease of mine. On the other side, the entire Gu Corporation was still wondering why Special Assistant Sheen had brought a little boy around the company today. The little boy was extremely good-looking. At such a young age, he already had a devilish nature. When people looked at him, their eyes would immediately be fixed on his coquettish face. Behind the little boy, there were a few tall bodyguards who looked very mighty. Gu Xinian looked around, his hands clasped behind his back, looking like a little adult. On the other side, Qin Hao really felt like he was an adult, but he was standing behind him and becoming his assistant. However, he was only 3 years old. Why didn't he look at the company like a curious child? Instead, it was as if he was inspecting his subordinates. Later on, Gu Jingze came over personally. Everyone suddenly understood that this child was Gu Jingze's. Who was Gu Jingze to? Could he be his son? Although they couldn't figure it out, they couldn't deny that the two of them had the same temperament when they looked at them. Looking at them, only a big demon like Gu Jingze could give birth to such a good-looking little demon. But their CEO actually had a son? This was big news. And the lady at the front desk immediately recognized that this boy was the one who stood at the door and said he wanted to find his father. She was still ashamed of her actions at that time. At that time, she should have treated the young master more gently and left a deep impression on him. Perhaps it would be helpful to her in the future. But who would have thought that he really was CEO Gu's son, the young master of the Gu family? Gu Jingzi came over and looked at Gu Shinian. He looked at him and asked, "Yeah, what do you think about the company?" Qin Hao watched from the side. He was really surprised to ask a 3-year-old what he thought about the company. What kind of thoughts could he have? Unexpectedly, Gu Shinian looked inside and spat out 2 words, "Boring." Yes, it was boring. To a child, this kind of high-class stuff was definitely boring. Gu Jingzi raised his eyebrows. "Why do you say so?" Gu Shinian continued, "There's no special corporate culture. It's too boring, so it's not easy to form a cohesive force." Qin Hao's throat was stuck. He looked at the little boy and then at Gu Jingzi, who was standing high up and thinking seriously about the little boy's words. After a while, Gu Jingzi said, "That makes sense." Then he looked at Qin Hao. His gaze meant for him to handle it. Qin Hao was stunned. He quickly nodded and left. Meanwhile, Gu Jingzi said to Gu Shinian, "Let's go. I've already prepared a property for you and your mother." The two of them walked out together. They left the elevator and walked towards the lobby. Just as they reached the entrance, Gu Shinian looked up and saw that the person who came down from outside looked a little familiar. It was Yun Luo. Just then, Gu Jingzi suddenly felt someone tugging at his clothes. He lowered his head. Gu Shinian looked up and said, "Dad, I'm tired. Can you carry me down?" Chapter 761. Gu Jingzi didn't expect Gu Shinian to say that. He was stunned for a moment before replying. Of course, he lowered his head and lifted Gu Shinian up easily. Although he wasn't small, Gu Shinian wasn't the chubby type. He was light as a feather, as if he weighed nothing to Gu Jingzi. As he carried Gu Shinian hugged him with both arms. Gu Jingzi looked up at his adorable son, enjoying the feeling for a moment. However, in the distance, Yun Luo saw Gu Jingzi walking down with a child in his arms. She had sharp eyes and could tell that the child was Gu Jingzi's son, Gu Shinian. Yun Luo was a little surprised. She didn't expect the child to be here. She slowed down and saw that Gu Jingzi had seen her too. She pulled herself together, looked at the child, and said, "Jingzi, what are you?" In Gu Jingzi's arms, Gu Shinian looked up and stared at Yun Luo. Gu Jingzi said, "You're here. What's the matter?" Yun Luo never knew that a man could look so good when he carried a child. In the past, Gu Jingzi had always given her the impression that he was a cold and emotionless man. She didn't think that it mattered to a man like that. A man didn't have a lot of family values and was more focused on his career. But was this the mark of a successful man? But today, she saw Gu Jingzi carrying a child like that. Moreover, even when he was carrying the child, he gave off a warm feeling and made people feel that he was more human. With a father like that, he must be envied everywhere. Yun Luo was surprised. Was he a man who loved children? It wasn't that he didn't love children, so he sent them to America and never brought them back. But today, he was carrying his son and seemed to dote on him. Yun Luo said, I came to see if you've eaten. I wanted to invite you to eat together." Gu Jingzi said, "Sorry, I don't have much time today." "Oh, of course." She looked at Gu Shinian and smiled. "You're Shinian, right?" "Hello, I'm Yun Luo. You can call me Auntie Yun Luo." Gu Shinian looked at Yun Luo and said calmly, "Who are you?" When Yun Luo saw that he was talking to him, he smiled even more. "I'm Yun Luo, your father's friend." "Oh, I thought you were Dad's girlfriend here." When Yun Luo heard the word girlfriend, his face immediately turned red. However, Gu Shinian suddenly said, "But I don't think my father's taste is that bad." Yun Luo's smile froze on his face as he looked at Gu Shinian in astonishment. What did he mean?" Gu Shinian looked innocent as he blinked and said, "She's not as pretty as my mother, and she doesn't have a good figure, right, Dad?" Gu Shinian looked at Gu Jingzi, waiting for him to answer. Yun Luo stared at Gu Shinian in shock. Gu Shinian was too rude. She thought that Gu Jingze would never allow her to be so rude. In her eyes, Gu Jingze was a very picky and harsh man. He was very demanding of his subordinates, not to mention his son. He must have been very strict with his education. However, Gu Jingze looked at Gu Shinian speechlessly. He purposely kept a straight face, but anyone could see that it was especially fake. "Shinian, don't be so rude," he said lightly. Gu Shinian said, "How am I rude? Dad, didn't Mom tell me to be honest? That's what I think in my heart, so that's why I said it." "Why? Did I say something wrong? Do you think Mom isn't pretty?" Gu Jingze looked at the child helplessly. There was a little reproach in his eyes, but it was soft and not strict. A touch of doting softly spread out. He compromised and thought that if this little guy went back and told his mother, it would be terrible. He knew that he wouldn't dare to keep it a secret. Otherwise, Lin Che would be like a bag of dynamite. Gu Jingze said, "Yes, you're right." "Okay." Hearing this, Gu Shinian smiled in satisfaction. Gu Jingze raised his head and was about to speak to Yin Luo. Gu Shinian immediately turned into a naughty child and shouted at Gu Jingze, "Okay, Dad, let's go. I want to go. Mom won't like you talking to a strange woman. If you do this, Mom will be angry. Let's go." It was normal for a 3-year-old child to be so mischievous and unreasonable. However, when this happened to Gu Shinian, it was not normal at all. Gu Shinian's mind was not something a 3-year-old child could control. How could he suddenly become a naughty child? There was only one explanation, and that was that he did it on purpose. However, although Gu Jingze knew, he could only watch him like this. He said helplessly, Okay, let's go." He carried Gu Shinian in one arm and only gestured to Yun Luo before walking out. Yun Luo stood there and watched as Gu Jingze carried the child and quickly walked away without looking back. Tears almost fell from his eyes. How could Gu Jingze, in her mind, Gu Jingze should be a cold-blooded and heartless man. Why would he give up his principles for a child? Why would he spoil the child so unreasonably? Why would he listen to a child's every word and allow the child to mess around with him? Was this Gu Jingze? Yun Luo never thought that Gu Jingze would change so easily because of a naughty child. She stood there and felt very angry. However, she couldn't be calculative with a 3-year-old child. He was not a woman by Gu Jingze's side, but his own son. No matter how she argued, she would be at a disadvantage. When the people at the side saw this scene, they were already dumbfounded, especially the people in the company. Seeing how their boss treated his son so well, they had already added another person in their hearts that they could not afford to offend, and that was the young master. Gu Jingze loved the child too much. Because of a child, he did not even care about Miss Yun anymore. In the past, they thought that Gu Jingze treated Miss Yun well, but now they saw that Gu Jingze loved his own child even more. However, it made sense. The dignified Gu Jingze did not need to give face to the Yun family. In the past, they thought that he was interested in Miss Yun, which was why he treated her so well. Now it seemed that it was not because he was interested. He still cared about the child, which meant that he cared about the child's mother. Miss Yun could not compare to him. For the sake of a child, he actually did not care about the power of the Yun family. What kind of pampering was that? Chapter 762. Gu Jingze put Gu Shinian in the car. Gu Shinian sat on his own, his legs dangling. He no longer looked as childish and innocent as before. He just sat there indifferently, looking straight ahead. Qin Hao was also there. He was already exclaiming in his heart. He turned around to look at Miss Yin Luo's face. It was so dark. This child was so bad. How could he make her so angry? She was so good that she had a congenital heart disease. However, Gu Jingze lowered his head to look at Gu Shinian. He didn't seem to care at all. He shook his head lightly, smiled, and waved for the servants to drive. When Lin Che arrived at the new house, he first looked around. The place was big enough for him to live in, and everything was complete. Gu Jingze seemed to have asked someone to buy some things and send them over. Several servants also came with them, and even brought the prince with them. Lin Che looked at the servants speechlessly. "Why are you here?" The servant said, "Sir told us to take care of young master, madam. You also need someone to take care of you here. Please don't chase us away." Although she had hardened her heart towards Gu Jingze, she was still a little soft-hearted towards these people. So in the end, she just waved her hand and said, "All right, it's up to you." However, what she couldn't stand the most was Gu Jing's car quickly stopped outside. Gu Jingza brought Gu Shinian in and sat on the sofa without moving. Lin Che didn't wait for Gu Jingza to come in. She quickly hid upstairs, but she realized that Gu Jingza didn't leave after sitting down. She waited for a long time. She couldn't stand it anymore. Seeing that Gu Jingza treated this place as his home, leaning against the sofa and watching television, she angrily walked down the stairs. "Gu Jingza, it's late. Shouldn't you go back?" Lin Che maintained her smile as she looked at him. Gu Jingza's lips curved. Hearing that she had finally come down, he slowly stood up and turned around. His glassy eyes were fixed on her flustered and exasperated face. "Yeah, it's too late. It's too dangerous to drive at this time." He looked around and said mildly, "There are still many rooms here. I'll stay here tonight." His tone was firm. He didn't ask for her opinion at all. Lin Che was angry. Gu Jingza spoke as if this was his home. Fine. Although he was the one who spent the money, the name clearly stated that she was the only one who owned the property. At this moment, Gu Jingza walked down and looked at Gu Jingza. "We had an agreement. How could you change your mind so quickly?" Gu Jingza narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean by changing my mind? This is my place." "Yeah, I know. Then why did you casually say that you wanted to move in? As if this is your home." Lin Che was surprised by his matter-of-fact attitude. Gu Jingza raised his eyebrows and said, "No, I'm begging you. I need to stay here for one night. Since I played with Shern Yin for a whole day today, you should allow me to stay here for one night." "What do you mean by should?" She didn't want him to stay. "What if I say I don't want to?" Lin Che said. Gu Jingza looked at her and walked over unhurriedly. He approached her slowly and said, "Why? Or are you worried about what I will do here?" Lin Che was worried that he would mess around, but his gaze seemed to have seen through her, and it made Lin Che a little angry. She didn't want to admit it. How could that be? "What can you do? You're still here, Nian Nian. I believe you won't do anything to make the child hate you, right?" Lin Che said. Gu Jingza nodded. "So you agree to it? I'll go change." She suddenly felt that she had fallen into his trap. When did she agree to it? But Gu Jingza had already walked in openly. Lin Che hurried to follow him. "Hey, Gu Jingza, where are you going? There's no room for you here. Don't push your luck." "I've already said it, you." Lin Che chased after him and saw that Gu Jingza had entered her bedroom. Lin Che ran in angrily and was about to scold him when she saw Gu Jingza taking off his clothes. Not just his jacket, but his entire body. His upper body was exposed in front of her, and she could see the obvious scars on his back. It was just as she thought, but his body looked stronger than before, and it wasn't affected by the scars at all. Instead, he looked more manly, and his manly aura spread out along with his movements. Was he kidding? Lin Che was stunned. She looked at him and felt her body heat up. Then, she remembered something and quickly turned her head. She was worried that he had seen the surprise that flashed across her face. She turned her back to him and shouted through gritted teeth, "Gu Jing Zai, what are you doing? Why are you taking off your clothes in my room?" Gu Jing's eyes flashed. He walked over with a smile and said, "What's wrong? Didn't I tell you that I'm here to change?" "This is my room." She had to remind him sternly again. Gu Jingza said, "Yes, it's your room. But the servants might have misunderstood and put some of my clothes here, so I can only come here to change. Otherwise, I won't have anything to wear." Lin Che didn't believe his nonsense. She knew that he did it on purpose. But at this moment, Gu Jingza had quietly approached her back. She was in danger, but she didn't know it. She was so angry that her heart was burning with anger. "I don't care if you have clothes to wear or not. If you don't have clothes to wear, you can leave." Lin Che shouted. "Leave? You mean to say that I should walk around here naked? Isn't this a bad idea? Although I don't mind you looking, Nian Yin is still living here." It was only then that Lin Che abruptly realized that his voice had unknowingly gotten closer and was right behind her ear. Lin Che suddenly turned her head, but almost bumped into his face. For a moment, seeing his suddenly enlarged face, she jumped in fright. But she saw he had taken off his pants. Was he kidding? Was he here to sell his body? He was only wearing a pair of boxers, and the curves of his body were as beautiful as a perfect sculpture. The aura on his body was so hot that it made people feel like they were wrapped in his aura. Lin Che exclaimed, "Gu Jingza, why did you take off all your clothes? Didn't you say that you want me to be naked?" Lin Che couldn't control her face anymore and blushed completely. In any case, she hadn't seen a man for many years, and with one look, it was such a devilish man. She only felt that her face was already hot, and so was her heart. Chapter 763. In any case, she hadn't seen a man for many years, and with one look, it was such a devilish man. She only felt that her face was already hot, and so was her heart. Even though she quickly averted her eyes, his sexy look was still imprinted in her mind. She was going crazy. What did this man want? I didn't ask you to be naked. You're not allowed to be naked. Lin Che shouted, but it was obvious that he had lost his previous composure. Gu Jingza hurriedly said, Okay, I'm not completely naked. I still have one left." Lin Che shut his eyes tightly and covered his face with both hands. He shouted in his direction, Get out, get out, get out." Gu Jingza smiled gently. He felt that she was really cute like this, especially her face, which had the texture of a ripe apple. Even though she was no longer a child, but a mother, her face was still thoroughly adorable. Reflecting the light above her head, it seemed to be glowing, making people want to go up and take a bite. What did this girl eat when she was growing up? Her skin was so good. Actually, Gu Shinian was right. Yun Luo wasn't as pretty as Lin Che. He hadn't paid attention to her before. Now that he thought about it, even though Yun Luo had the temperament of a lady from a wealthy family, she wasn't as beautiful as Lin Che. Every inch of her skin seemed to have the word seductive written on it, making people unable to let go. At this moment, he really wanted to hug her tenderly, but he could only be a little more patient. Fortunately, teasing her like this was also very interesting. "What are you hiding? What's the difference between this and being naked?" she shouted, covering her face. "All right, you're right. I won't do this anymore. I was wrong, all right." Gu Jingza made a rustling sound. Lin Che thought that he had put on his clothes and let go of his hands. But she saw that not only was he not wearing any clothes, but he had taken them all off. Even the last one was taken off. Underneath, there was something shining brightly. The man was so imposing that people exclaimed in admiration. She stared at him until her eyes hurt. "Fuck, Gu Jingza. He's too shameless. Gu Jingza, you get out of here." Was Gu Jingza really here to sell his body? Gu Jingza looked at her and said, "I think you're right. Since I'm wearing that, it's like I'm not wearing anything. I might as well not wear it. Actually, I prefer to sleep naked." This man was too shameless. Lin Che said, "Are you leaving or not?" "I'm leaving. I'm leaving right now." Gu Jingza leaned over. Lin Che closed his eyes and felt his body leaning against him. Soft and smooth skin with a strong sense of muscle. Her skin was not loose at all, and when touched, it felt especially good. There was an impulse to continue caressing it. Lin Che was so shocked that he started clapping his hands wildly. "Didn't you leave? Why are you still here?" Gu Jingza leaned against her, getting closer and closer, almost sticking to her body. Hearing what she said, he said lightly, "I want to go out, but you're blocking the door." She had never seen a man as annoying as him. He was doing it on purpose, but he made it seem like he was innocent. Lin Che decided not to listen to him. He raised his eyes and glared at him fiercely before running out of the room. If he didn't want to leave, she would leave. Lin Che ran into Gu Shinian's room. Gu Shinian saw Lin Che, who was leaning against the door, panting. He raised his head slightly and then buried his eyes in the book in Lin Che's hands. "What's wrong? Are you being bullied by Dad again?" Lin Che looked at Gu Shinian and said, "It's none of your business. Go read your book." "It's none of my business, so I didn't say anything no matter how you screamed outside. But now that you're in my room, it means that you're going to squeeze into my room again. That's none of my business." Lin Che's face turned even redder. She looked at him in embarrassment. Did he hear all the screams outside just now? Damn it, what did he look like? But Lin Che thought about it. Gu Shinian was already used to her behavior. Thus, she only glared at Gu Shinian before sitting inside. Gu Shinian shook his head and said, "Mom, just surrender. You really can't beat Dad. Get lost. All right, stop reading. Go to sleep. Come here and sleep now." Really, other children always cling to their mothers and don't want to leave even when they're grown up. But Gu Shinian ran out early to stay. She wanted him to come over and sleep with her, but he didn't want to. Lin Che said, "Yun Yun is still the cutest. Look at you." Gu Shinian didn't even look up. "Yeah, she's so stupid. You feel the same way when you see her, so of course you like her more." Gu Shinian, how could he talk about his own mother like that? Gu Shinian said, "Mom, you're asking me for help. Don't be so arrogant. Be careful that I don't want you anymore and push you out for Dad to ravage." She did come in because she thought that Gu Jingze wouldn't dare to mess around in Gu Shinian's room. Lin Che didn't want to think about anything else after being insulted by her own son. She lay down and hugged the blanket to sleep. But his perfect figure was still in her mind. It was a figure that made people salivate at first glance. It was so memorable. His irresistible image kept replaying in her mind. It made Lin Che feel hot all over. She was infatuated with him. After so many years, Gu Jingze hadn't changed at all, especially that devilish nature of his. No, perhaps he was even more powerful, even more shameless. He had been honest with her just now. She fell asleep as she thought about it in a daze. The next day, Gu Jingze woke up early in the morning. The helper had already prepared something. Gu Shinian went out for a walk early in the morning with bodyguards following him. The helper said to Gu Jingze, "Madam is still sleeping." He walked in and didn't let anyone wake Lin Che up. He only looked at Lin Che, who was sleeping soundly with the blanket in her arms. He lowered his head and kissed her hair softly. He pulled the blanket over her and left. When he was outside, he said to the helper, "Don't wake her up later. She's been very tired these days. Let her sleep until she wants to." "Yes, sir." The helper smiled as she watched Gu Jingze leave. She felt that the relationship between the two of them had returned. One was so doting, and the other was so cute. The entire room felt especially loving. However, after Gu Jingze went out, he went straight to Chen Yuqing's room. Today was the day for a routine checkup. Chen Yuqing said, "Hey, you look like you're in good spirits. Why? Are you in a good mood?" "Of course." Chen Yuqing smiled as he looked at him. He actually answered him directly. It seemed that he was in a good mood. Chapter 764. By the way, since Madam has decided to stay, have you chosen Young Master's kindergarten? My 2 children's kindergartens are not bad. You can consider it. Gu Jingze frowned. Kindergarten? He hadn't thought about it yet. Chen Yuqing said, "Do you know how to be a father? Of course you have to consider it. You've never had a group life since you were young, so you're so antisocial. You can't let your son follow your old path. Although the Gu family has tutors, a group life like a kindergarten is still necessary." Gu Jingze said, "I'll think about it." Chen Yuqing said, "By the way, does the Gu family still not know that Lin Che is back?" "They should already know," Gu Jingze said. "Then what are your plans?" "I'll bring them back in a few days." Gu Jingze stood up and said, "I'm here for another matter." "Oh, what is it?" "I'll ask Shen Yuran to invite Lin Che over tomorrow." "Aren't you going to ask Lin Che to visit your 2 children?" Chen Yuqing didn't think that he had ever been interested in these things. "Tell me the truth. What do you want?" Gu Jingze said, "Just invite him. It's none of your business." Chen Yuqing caught a hint of conspiracy in his eyes. It wasn't cold, but it made people feel warm. Lin Che went to watch Shui Yang's scene first. She hadn't been to a filming location for a long time. She followed Abai into the car, and Abai said, "Shui Yang's scenes are done for today's show. It's a TV series adapted from a comic, and it's quite popular. Many new actors are here. You'll know when you see it. Let's go." It should be no different from filming in the past. Yes, the feeling of a filming location was familiar. Lin Che looked around and felt that the feeling in her heart was very familiar. However, when everyone saw her now, some people took a few more glances at her and treated her as a newcomer. They didn't recognize that she used to be a famous movie star. It wasn't their fault that these people were forgetful. Nowadays, information was developed, but the elimination rate was also very high. Some celebrities might suddenly become popular, but after a few days, some people wouldn't remember them anymore. After all, the popular person might be someone else on another day. Therefore, many red stars did not dare to stop filming. They continued filming one after another in order to maintain their liveliness. How long had it been since Lin Che last came out? The people at the scene had probably changed more than once, so there were naturally fewer people who recognized her. On the other hand, when everyone saw Bai, they would call out and say hello. Shui Yang had his own resting room. After the two entered, Shui Yang hurriedly asked, "Sis Che, why are you here?" Lin Che smiled. "I'm here to see what show you're filming. There's nothing technical about it." "Sis Che, please don't laugh at me when you see it." "Sai, it's fine as long as it looks good. There's nothing technical about it. As long as the audience approves of it, that's a kind of success. All right, don't worry about me. You guys do your own things. I'm just walking around here. Don't go out of your way to take care of me, just because I'm here." Abai also said, "Yeah, you can continue filming. I'll take Lin Che around." Shui Yang smiled and said, "All right then, take your time to watch me. I have 2 more scenes coming up. Let's go eat together after that." Shui Yang quickly went over and started filming. Lin Che watched from here. Shui Yang's acting skills were pretty good. It was a scene full of passion, and Lin Che's heart was moist as he watched it. He didn't feel like he would be brought into it. He thought about how he would act if it were him. Sure enough, she still couldn't let go of acting. After all, this was something she was so good at back then, and it was also one of her dreams. Lin Che was watching when he suddenly heard a sharp voice coming from behind with a hint of disdain. "Hey, look who this is. Am I seeing things? Is this Lin Che?" Lin Che and Abai turned around together and saw the person coming from behind. It was actually Qin Wanwan. Lin Che felt like it had been a long time since he had seen her. However, looking at her makeup, he knew that she was probably here to film. However, the strange thing was that the role she was playing was actually that of an old person. Lin Che sized her up and said, "You're right. It's me. I didn't expect to meet you here." "Hello." Abai looked at Qin Wanwan at this time and whispered to Lin Che, "She's been out of style for a long time. Ever since you left, the dramas she took on haven't been good. Now, she's doing some supporting roles in dramas like this person's mother, that person's best friend, and so on." Of course, Lin Che didn't expect this. No matter what, she was quite popular back then, but it had only been a short time, and she had started to decline like this. Was her luck too bad? Or was she really not good enough? However, even though Abai said so, Qin Wanwan was still full of pride when she saw Lin Che. Strange. Didn't everyone say that you went abroad to marry a rich businessman? Why are you back now? Lin Che smiled. "These are just rumors. I didn't expect you. Your current style is quite unique. What role are you playing?" Qin Wanwan's face changed. Lin Che looked at her and walked around her, sizing her up. That arrogant gaze of his actually made Qin Wanwan feel ashamed. Lin Che's voice was indifferent, but it made her feel as if a layer of skin had been peeled off her face. She said, "Oh, what new role are you challenging?" "That's right. You've been filming for so long, so you should have played all kinds of roles. You're tired of it, so you can try something else. I think this role is very challenging. This style is not bad. It suits you very well." Lin Che's eyes stared at her, making Qin Wanwan almost want to find a hole to hide in. It was especially shameful. Originally, she wanted to laugh at Lin Che, thinking that he had been deceived outside and came back to film, but she didn't expect to be ridiculed by Lin Che to the point that she didn't even have the face to see anyone. Yes, I'm tired of filming. I'm not as calculative as you. You quit filming halfway and want to find a rich man. Why? Why are you here on the set now? Are you going to film again? Your rich man can't afford to support you anymore? Oh, filming? You've misunderstood, Wanwan. It's just that my company's artist is filming here, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect to run into you." Qin Wanwan was stunned again. She had forgotten that Shui Yang was from Lin Che's company, but that company belonged to Lin Che? Wasn't that Yuminmin's? At this moment, someone called out, "Wanwan, what are you doing? Why aren't you here yet?" Qin Wanwan turned around and called out, "Oh, Yiyu, I'm here." She looked up at Lin Che. You don't know who I met here. Come and take a look. Chapter 765. Then, a tall and slender beauty walked in from behind. What's wrong? Who did you meet? The moment she saw Lin Che, she immediately recognized him. However, she quickly regained her composure and looked at Qin Wanwan with a smile. Oh, who is this? Qin Wanwan chuckled. So this is Lin Che. If she hadn't suddenly decided to marry a rich businessman and rejected that Hollywood movie, you wouldn't have gotten a part in it. Hurry up and come over to say hello. The girl who had just arrived was called Peng Yu. She was a very popular star in the past 2 years. Upon closer inspection, her temperament and appearance were somewhat similar to Lin Che's. Lin Che suddenly remembered that she had given up the Hollywood movie Blood for the sake of Gu Jingze, the children, and of course, for her own happiness. Another woman from country, C, was temporarily replaced there. However, Lin Che subconsciously didn't want to pay attention to the news of Blood, so he didn't have a deep impression of her. However, everyone in Country C knew that after Peng Yu acted in that role, she became very popular and had a lot of movie offers. Peng Yu also knew that she only had these opportunities after she replaced Lin Che, so she naturally had a deep impression of Lin Che. Peng Yu said, "Oh, it's Lin Che. I was wondering who it was." Peng Yu looked at Lin Che from head to toe. She felt annoyed that people always said that she looked like Lin Che, but now that she looked at him carefully, she realized that they did look alike. However, Lin Che looked much more beautiful. He was like a delicate and beautiful flower that bloomed quietly but was full of fragrance, making it hard for people not to notice him. She sneered. "Oh, Senior Lin Che, when did you come back? Thank you for giving up that role, but I got a lot of benefits from it." Qin Wanwan looked at Lin Che and said directly, "Lin Che, you should know Peng Yu, right? She's one of the top actresses in our country now. She's very good. Sigh, talent comes with talent." What she meant was that Lin Che couldn't make it anymore. He was past his prime. This was what a star should be. Lin Che looked down at Peng Yu. Peng Yu was a little shorter than him. Her small nose was very straight, so it must have been made. She smiled and said, "Oh, that's true. However, you do look a little like me. Hey, your nose is really good. It looks like you must have spent a lot of money to make it. Did you make it according to the shape of my nose?" Peng Yu said angrily, "Lin Che, who did you say had plastic surgery? You're talking as if you haven't. Humph, look at your face. You must have had a lot of collagen." It was as soft as egg white. Lin Che's skin was so good, she definitely wouldn't believe that she hadn't done something to it. Lin Che said, "Collagen? I do eat it often, but I don't really like to mess with my face. It will change my luck. My luck is pretty good now, so why should I change it? However, I advise you not to mess with it. Actually, it's good to maintain your state of mind. Don't fight openly or covertly for no reason. Rest more at home and breathe in fresh air. There's nothing to worry about. If you're in a good mood, your skin will naturally be good." Abai said, "Of course you don't have to worry about it. As your big boss, just take the money at home. We're the ones who work." Lin Che said, "Okay, it's been hard on you, but you don't care about my salary anyway." "That's true. We're just playing around in the company. Who knew that we would play so big and the company would be so good?" Abai looked at Qin Wanwan and Peng Yu. "Oh, hello, I'm Lin Che's agent, Lin Bai. I hope to have a chance to cooperate with you in the future. If you're in a bad mood in your current company and need to get collagen powder, you can come to our company and try it out. Look at our boss, Lin Che, and you'll know how good our company's environment is." Peng Yu looked at Lin Che, and Qin Wanwan also looked at her. Lin Che just stood there without saying anything. The bag in his hand and the clothes on his body didn't have the temperament that he should have, especially the huge pigeon egg diamond ring on his hand. It was obvious that it was expensive. Qin Wanwan, who thought that Lin Che had come back because he was down and out, was suddenly speechless. Especially at this moment, Shui Yang's voice came from behind. "Sister Che, that's great. You're still here. I thought you'd left." Shui Yang was now a popular young man with countless fans. One could imagine his ability to make money. Many movie resources that were at the bottom of the list were lining up for him. Peng Yu played the female lead in this TV series, and Shui Yang was the male lead. Peng Yu had always wanted to get close to Shui Yang, but Shui Yang never paid attention to her. He only spent time with his company's people and his agent. It was said that he was also very cold and arrogant, similar to Gu Jingyu's style in the past. Many male stars were like this because they were spoiled by their fans. In comparison, female stars were much weaker. However, Shuiyang came and walked over to Lin Che very respectfully. When he faced her, his attitude was very warm. "Sister Che." Lin Che smiled. "I've been waiting for you. This is the first time I've seen you act. I'll treat you to a meal after you're done." Shuiyang hurriedly said, "How can I let Sister Che treat me? I was nurtured by Sister Che. It's all thanks to Sister Che that I'm where I am today. This meal must be on me." Abai said, "All right, Shuiyang has some money now. Although he can't treat you to an expensive meal, it's fine. Just give him a chance to perform." "Yeah, I know it won't be as good as what Sister Che usually eats. The chefs here are naturally not as good as the chefs at Sister Che's home, but I still hope that Sister Che will give me a chance." Lin Che let out a sigh and said, "All right then, you can treat me. Don't think that I'm bullying you. I'll be more expensive." Of course, those low-class ones wouldn't dare to treat Sister Che, right? Peng Yu and Qin Wanwan watched from the side and were even more surprised. Lin Che smiled and raised her chin at Peng Yu and Qin Wanwan, then walked out with Shuiyang and Abai. Peng Yu looked at Qin Wanwan. Is she so rich now? Qin Wanwan didn't know either. She could only say, maybe she's faking it. Shuiyang is so careful with her. It must be because she's very powerful. I heard that many people went to the studio to poach Shuiyang, but Shuiyang refused. Doesn't this mean that Lin Che's studio is very powerful, making Shuiyang unwilling to leave? He wouldn't go to any big shot's invitation. Qin Wanwan's eyes moved. That's because that studio belongs to Yu Minmin. Yu Minmin has power. Impossible. If it was just Yu Minmin, Lin Che would have been kicked out a long time ago, but look at Lin Che. Chapter 766. Peng Yu pointed outside. Lin Che was followed by 4 bodyguards. The driver who opened her door was very respectful, and the car she entered was a top-grade Porsche commercial car. That car was at least 10 million yuan. It was very expensive. Qin Wanwan stared at the car in a daze. After a while, she muttered to herself, did Lin Che really marry some rich businessman all these years? I've never heard of him. However, seeing how well Lin Che was doing now, Qin Wanwan was rendered speechless by the comparison. Peng Yu snorted. She's really lucky. But she's a boss now, so she won't act anymore, right? Otherwise, looking at her just now, although Peng Yu was 2 years younger than Lin Che, she had to admit that her skin, figure, and appearance were much better than hers. She was considered pretty good among celebrities, but in front of Lin Che, she was immediately outshone. She could only hope that Lin Che wouldn't come out to act. Otherwise, she would definitely be a strong opponent outside. Lin Che looked at Shuiyang and Abai. You two work so well together. Shuiyang sat in the front seat, and Abai sat behind him. Abai laughed heartily. Thinking of the 2 women's expressions at the end, it was really funny. Shuiyang heard the voices of the 3 people before he went in, so after he went in, he acted even more flatteringly. After all, he was also an actor and knew how to act. Shuiyang said, but some of what I said was true. Sister Che, where do you want to eat? I'll treat you. Lin Che said, whatever. I don't really have to eat high-end food. I'm not used to it. Why don't we go for skewers? I haven't eaten in a long time. I always make it myself overseas, but it's not very delicious. Abai said, okay. I know there's a place. Abai had lived in China for 4 years and knew these foods like the back of her hand. These delicious foods were also the reason why she was absolutely unwilling to leave Country C. Abai said, we didn't say anything wrong just now. Your chef is very good. How can the chefs outside compare to him? I went to Yu Minmin's place to eat before. Didn't you see how delicious the food from Glass Palace's chef is? Lin Che said, that's right. He's a chef for a state banquet. Of course he's different. Qin Wanwan's company has long given up on her. Now everyone knows that she's a two-faced person. No one wants to get along with her. This Peng Yu has always been very shameless. She even went to Shui Yang's room and knocked on the door in the middle of the night. Once, I want to open the door and scared pung you. Ha ha. Shui Yang's face turned red. Lin Che laughed. Isn't that because Shui Yang is charming? Lin Yang said, Shui Yang is more attractive. Abai said, don't deny it. You're getting more and more open and good-looking. Aren't there a lot of companies outside who want to poach you? Chabe Zen, XDX Yang of Suwa Abai said, Tisk, it's nothing. Those little bitches who invited you to dinner just want to poach you. But you're good and didn't agree to any of them. Otherwise, not to mention Lin Che, you'll be the first one to come. Yes, yes, yes. How could I dare to be so fierce? Besides, other companies have to look at our strength if they want to poach us. I'll definitely hug Mrs. Gu's thigh first, then hug Mrs. President's thigh, and then hug Miss Wesley's thigh, right? From the looks of it, their company was indeed quite powerful, but other than you Min, no one else knew about it. Hearing Shui Yang's words, the other two laughed together. At night, the three of them went to the kebab shop in New Abai. There weren't many people who could recognize Lin Che now, but there were quite a few people who recognized Shui Yang. In an instant, Shui Yang was recognized again. The owner wasn't a fan of celebrities, but he was still very happy that a celebrity had come to his shop. He quickly took a photo with Shui Yang and specially sent a lot of things. After the three of them finished eating, they went back. On the way, Xin Yuran called Lin Che and invited Lin Che to her house to play. Lin Che had wanted to visit the twins for a long time, so he agreed. The next day, Lin Che brought Gu Shinian to Chen Yuqing's place. It wasn't close. When the two of them arrived, it was already past 9 o'clock. When they got out of the car, Xin Yuran was waiting outside, standing with Chen Yuqing. Ah, Lin Che, you're here. Io, young master, let me see. Nian Nian has grown a lot. Lin Che said, Nian Nian, call me Annie. Auntie Yuran. Gu Shinian called out. Good. Nian Nian looks so obedient. Lin Che chuckled. Yeah, if you just look at his face, he's quite obedient. Xin Yuran said, Really? How is he not obedient? You have to be content. Come to my house and see my two, and you'll know. The two sons would probably be very noisy. Lin Che said, Girls are so obedient. Why didn't I have a daughter? Seeing how obedient Yun is, I really want to stuff some people back into their stomachs. Gu Shinian raised his head. Mommy, I'll marry Yun in the future. That way, you'll have me and Yun. You'll be rich, all right? Lin Che said, I think Yun will be tricked by you. Xin Yuran said in surprise, Aya, Nian, you know so much at such a young age. Not bad, not bad. You're worth teaching. You've inherited your father's skills. Chen Yuqing looked at them from behind and said, Hey, I can imagine that there will be another troublesome demon in this world in the future. Xin Yuran raised her head and said, What do you know? Since Nian is so good-looking, everything he says is right. This is an era where looks are important. Come, Nian, Anna will bring you in to meet my two little brothers. Hurry up and go. Remember to pass on more of your skills in picking up girls to my two little boys. Chen Yuqing was speechless at the back. Chen Yuqing's house was also very big, but it looked a lot more solemn. It was probably because of his occupation. Everywhere was in a warmer color scheme, but the furnishings were very solemn. When they reached the living room, they saw that the living room had almost been transformed into a playground. The coffee table was gone, and the floor was covered with a large carpet. Children's toys could be seen everywhere. Chun Yin, old man, what are you doing? Come and see, big brother Nian is here. Lin Che often said that she was too casual in naming the babies. Of the two children, one was called Chin Yin, and the other was called Old Man. Wasn't she afraid that they would beat her up when they grew up? However, Xin Yuran felt that names were easy to call. She didn't need to care so much. Chapter 767. The two children came out from inside. Because they were only 2 years old, they were taken care of by an auntie. The two children looked like mischievous children. They didn't call out when they saw people, but when they saw Gu Shinian, they came to see him. Children loved to look for other children, so they came to see him. Gu Shinian was speechless, his expression filled with the words, Stay away from me. Xin Yuran laughed out loud and said to Gu Shinian, Nian, You were also this annoying when you were young. Gu Shinian was only 1 year older than them, but he looked like he was several years older. Lin Che thought that Gu Shinian had never been like this before. Since he was young, Gu Shinian had never spoken much, nor was he mischievous. He played by himself, but when he wanted to stir up trouble, he would always find a way to stir up trouble, and the things he stirred up were big things that normal kids wouldn't do. For example, he ran back to be city from Seattle by himself. Lin Che said, "Nyen Nyen, you're the big brother. You have to treat your younger brothers better. Go. Take care of them like how you take care of Yun Yun. Go play with them." Gu Shinian raised his head. "I'm only being patient because Yun Yun is a girl and she has the potential to develop in the future." "Okay." Shin Yuran said, "Younger brothers can also develop themselves." Gu Shinian raised his head and looked at Shin Yuran speechlessly. "All right, I'll try." Shin Yuran roared with laughter. Chen Yuqing said, Hey, if you turn the Gu family's grandson gay now, believe it or not, the Gu family will come after you." Shin Yuran said, "I was just saying that the two of us aren't girls." "What a pity." Sigh. The auntie came over and said, "I'll take the children out to play first. Madam, you and Mrs. Gu can go ahead and chat." "All right, you guys can go." The auntie took the children away. Shin Yuran and Chen Yuxing found a place to sit down. However, as soon as they sat down, they heard a person walk in from the door. His footsteps were steady and powerful, and his eyes seemed to sweep across the room. Lin Che felt that something was wrong and turned around. When he saw Gu Jingzi at the door, his eyes almost popped out. "What the hell? Why is he here?" Chen Yuqing quickly stood up. "President Gu, you're here." Shin Yuran also stood up and let out a hollow laugh. Lin Che immediately jumped up. "Hey, why are you here?" Gu Jingzi looked at Lin Che and said, "Why? Can't I come?" As he said this, he had already stepped in as if this was his home. Gu Jingzi had a strange feeling that everything he did was a matter of course, and this feeling was not annoying at all. Although Gu Jingzi refused to leave Lin Che's place, Lin Che tried his best to avoid him these days. He hid in a room at home and didn't come out. She didn't expect Gu Jingzi to be so pervasive and follow them all the way here. Lin Che looked at Shin Yuran in surprise. When Gu Jingzi came in, the couple didn't have any strange expressions. They looked very calm. Could it be? When Shin Yuran saw this, he chuckled and said, "That all right, Lin Che. Since he's here, then he's here. It's rare for us to have a gathering, so I specially got someone to prepare a hot pot for us to eat. Let's go eat hot pot together later. You definitely won't be able to eat authentic hot pot overseas, so I got someone to order a soup pot from outside. It's especially delicious and authentic." Lin Che pulled Shin Yuran over, narrowed his eyes, and said threateningly, "Shin Yuran, just you wait." Shin Yuran smiled and said softly, "What's wrong? You've made enough trouble. Anyway, it won't last for a few days. You definitely can't beat Gu Jingzi. Why don't you make up with him as soon as possible?" They didn't want to implicate them, and the others would have to be on tenterhooks for fear that the couple would make trouble again. Chen Yuqing also said, all right. Since we're all here, let's sit down and chat. Hey, Yuran, let's go. Didn't you say that you're going to make hot pot? Let's go and see if the dishes are ready." Chen Yuqing came over to pull Shin Yuran, and Shin Yuran hurriedly said, "Oh, right. Let's go." The two of them left directly, leaving the place for Lin Che and Gu Jingzi. Lin Che wanted to stop Shin Yuran, but she felt her arm being pulled down by Gu Jingzi. Gu Jingzi said, "All right, they're all gone. What's your name? Come and sit down." Of course, Lin Che wasn't willing. She looked at Gu Jingzi and shouted, You, why are you so persistent?" Gu Jingzi's beautiful eyes flashed with anger. "What do you mean by persistent? Do you want me to die so badly?" "You." Lin Che had already said in her heart that no matter what, she wouldn't curse him to die, so she couldn't say it out loud this time. She could only stare at him, wishing that she could cut him with her eyes. Gu Jingzi, however, turned around and pulled Lin Che to sit on the sofa. With such a light tug, he had already pulled Lin Che to sit on his lap. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingzi in shock. "What are you doing?" She wanted to get up, but Gu Jingzi's strong arm just happened to wrap around her waist, trapping her firmly in his embrace. Lin Che glared at him angrily. He smiled and said to Lin Che, "You've lost weight. What happened? I'll call a chef over tomorrow. It's the one you used to like the most. You'll definitely miss the food he makes." "No need. I'm thin because I have a good figure." Gu Jingze frowned. "Is that so?" With that said, he took the opportunity to stretch his hand under her clothes and touch her flat belly. The muscles on it were tight, without a trace of excess fat. For a mother whose child was already over 3 years old, this small belly would definitely be the envy of others. He could tell that it was the result of her regular exercise. It felt good to touch, but he also liked it when she had more flesh on her body. It always made his heart ache. "You're really thin, but you don't have to exercise so much. It's actually good to have more flesh." He looked at her shamelessly as he said this, as if his hand hadn't reached inside her at all. His expression was especially natural. Lin Che glared at him, her face scrunched up. She tried to pull his hand, but he was too strong, and she couldn't pull him away. "None of your business." Gu Jingze's hand reached up naturally, almost reaching the softness of her chest. "Tell me, do you still want me to care?" Lin Che felt as if she was suddenly ignited. Her whole body was numb, and she wanted to get up, but he hugged her tightly, and she couldn't move. "No." Her face was red from holding it in, but she still cried out stubbornly. Unexpectedly, Gu Jingze's hand reached up unscrupulously again. His fingers had already broken through the bottom of her bra and was eroding the softness inside. Lin Che straightened up immediately. Feeling that he was going to go in, she quickly reached out and covered her. "Gu Jingze, what are you doing?" This was someone else's house. He didn't want to live anymore. Gu Jingze said, "Tell me, do you want me to care?" He was blatantly threatening her. Chapter 768. Lin Che looked to the side. This was someone else's house. She felt a sense of insecurity, as if someone would come in any moment. Lin Che looked embarrassed as she looked at Gu Jingze. You're not afraid that someone will come?" Gu Jingze smiled. "Of course I'm not. Do I need them to care if I touch my wife?" Shameless, shameless, shameless to the extreme. "All right." Gu Jingze smiled in satisfaction. He hugged her and touched her, but his hand still nodded. Lin Che could only look at him with a red face. Okay, I'm not willing to let go." Her chest must have been like this after giving birth. It felt different from before. He closed his eyes and sighed. He didn't want to let go of it. Lin Che panicked. Let go of me, Gu Jingze. I've already said it." "You still." Gu Jingze pressed his face against her hair and looked at her. His eyes were full of temptation, like a lazy cat begging for love. It was so beautiful. "I want it," he murmured. His voice was like the air after a rain. It was moist, and it tugged at people's heartstrings. But what did he say? Want it? Lin Che couldn't take it anymore. His face turned bright red, and he began to hit him on the shoulder. Let me go. Shameless. Nonsense. What are you saying? If you don't let me go, I'll bite you to death. Lin Che said, let go. Gu Jingze said, kiss me, and I'll let go. Lin Che didn't believe him. You didn't keep your word just now. I'm not going to listen to you. Then I'll let go after I kiss you, okay? Gu Jingze smiled very brightly. No. If you continue like this, they'll come back. Gu Jingze used his cheek to rub against her. He rubbed her face, which had a little stubble on it. It tickled her. Gu Jingze liked this feeling very much, including threatening her like this. Looking at her wet face and the helpless look on her face, it was really a memorable experience. Lin Che looked outside. There seemed to be some movement. She looked at their current position in shock. What was this? However, Gu Jingze just looked at her performance and was not moved at all. He just raised his chin and stared at her, waiting for her decision. Lin Che was furious, but at this moment, she really couldn't compare to his shamelessness. She had no choice but to purse her lips and glare at him angrily. She had no choice but to touch his face. Gu Jingze was satisfied. He reached out and let go of her. Lin Che was still groped before he left. She glared at him with a red face. Gu Jingze acted as if nothing had happened. He crossed his legs and sat down. It turned out that the person who came in was just a servant, who came in to do something and then left. Lin Che glared at Gu Jingze. He shifted his seat further away from Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze said, "Why? I heard that you went to the set before?" Lin Che said, "Yeah, why?" Gu Jingze said, "Are you going to shoot a movie?" Lin Che paused for a moment. He hadn't thought about it yet, but he had to admit that when he went to the set yesterday and saw how busy they were, even though filming was tiring, it was indeed a nostalgic feeling. Watching his own character being shaped bit by bit, that feeling was very satisfying. Especially with the accompaniment music, it was a complete work. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze. "I'm thinking about it, but I haven't decided yet." Gu Jingze was worried that she would be too tired from filming. But if it was what she wanted to do, he would never stop her. "Okay, if you want, I will look after Nian Nian." Also, according to Qin Yuqing's suggestion, Nian Nian can go to kindergarten. What do you think? Kindergarten? Over there. Lin Che had a home tutor to help him. She would take care of Nian Nian every day. She was an American and taught Nian Nian fluent American English. She also taught Nian Nian a lot of life knowledge and safety knowledge. Lin Che felt that this was a good thing overseas. After the child learned to speak English, he would first teach the child a lot of safety knowledge so that the child would know what to do if there was a fire, an earthquake, or if he got lost alone. But Nian Nian had never gone to kindergarten. Lin Che said, "That's good. When he goes to kindergarten, let him change that difficult personality of his." Gu Jingze smiled. "Don't worry. He'll be a lot better when he grows up. But luckily, he inherited my IQ, so he shouldn't be too bad. If he is like you, then Gu Jing, say." Lin Che shouted again. Luckily, Xin Yuran and Qin Yuqing came in at this moment. Seeing that the two of them were finally sitting on the sofa, Lin Che's face was red, while Gu Jingze's smile was refreshing. Xin Yuran said, "All right, come and eat hot pot." Lin Che quickly got up. Inside, the hot pot was already prepared. The three children sat in a row. Gu Shinian seemed to have been tortured miserably. He shook his head speechlessly. However, the two children did not listen to his discipline at all. They were fighting there as if they had long lost control. Seeing the adults coming, Gu Shinian quickly jumped down. He walked back and said, "Mommy, can I eat with you?" Lin Che looked at the hot pot. "No, this is not healthy. Children can't eat it. Go and eat those." The nanny had already prepared a baby's meal for the children. Gu Shinian glanced at it and couldn't stand it anymore. He said, "I don't want to eat those funny dishes. They look too childish, okay?" Lin Che said, "No, that's not healthy. I'll have to eat it in the future anyway. I'll eat more now to strengthen my immune system." Seeing that Lin Che couldn't handle him, Gu Jingze said, "Nian, go and eat it. A man must know when to yield and when to stand tall. If you can't even accept this, there will be many times when you need to adapt to the environment." He glared at him. "After you finish eating, I'll take you to the race course in the afternoon." Upon hearing the race course, Gu Shinian immediately felt something. He looked at Gu Jingze and Lin Che, nodded and said, "All right. Everyone has to pay the price for what they do." Xin Yuran was amused. "It seems that being older is different. We're just two little things. We don't know anything yet." Lin Che said, "Yeah, there are new changes every day. You can see it just by looking at them. The older they grow, the faster they learn. You might not know anything now, but in the next half of the year, you might not be as good at talking as them." Chapter 769. Lin Che glanced at Gu Jingze. He knew how to deal with Gu Shinian, but to bring a child to the stud farm. Lin Che said, "Isn't it too dangerous? He's still so young." Gu Jingze said calmly, "I had my first horse when I was 3. All right, perhaps the education of rich families was different." Gu Jingze leaned against the wall. "Also, I bought the stud farm for him when he was born. I brought him to see my private property." "What? You bought a stud farm? Why?" Lin Che wanted to say that it was such a small property. However, he remembered that Gu Jingyan had a lot of real estate at such a young age, not to mention a stud farm. They were all gifts from relatives. As the first child of the Gu family, Gu Shinian couldn't avoid it either. Xin Yuran said, all right, come and eat." The dishes were served one by one. The aroma spread quickly. When the food was done, Lin Che couldn't wait to dig in. Isn't it good, Lin Che? It's much better than overseas, right? Yeah, it's authentic. Of course. The ingredients were cooked yesterday. It's very thick and not spicy. Try some clear soup. This soup is made from high-quality chicken broth. Yeah, it's all good. Lin Che ate too fast and scalded his mouth. He pouted as if it hurt. Gu Jingze frowned. Look at you. Why are you eating so fast? No one is fighting with you. He picked up a napkin and stretched it over. Come, wipe your mouth. Lin Che ate happily and didn't notice anything else. He leaned over to let him wipe his mouth. On the other side, the other couple looked at the two of them and were also a little speechless. Seriously, they were starting to show off. Shen Yuran said, "Oh, it's sour. You even wiped your mouth with your own hands. Look at how a husband is like." Chen Yuqing said, "I can do it too, as long as you're not afraid that I'll ruin your mouth. Come, stretch out your hand." Shen Yuran mimicked Lin Che and stretched out her hand. Chen Yuqing slapped her on the mouth. Shen Yuran stomped angrily. Chen Yuqing, just you wait. I was wrong. Honey, as long as you don't keep me out of bed tonight, I can accept any other punishment. Humph. On the other side, Lin Che's face was already filled with black lines. However, he also felt a little embarrassed. He thought to himself that he was the same, so he subconsciously stretched out his hand without thinking about anything else. Gu Jingze looked at him indifferently and smiled. He continued to eat his food slowly, as if he was not affected at all. Occasionally, he would raise his head and look at Lin Che, and his smile would grow even wider. Gu Jingze put the food in his bowl into her bowl. Eat it. I've cooled it for you. On the other side, the couple couldn't take it anymore. Hey, President Gu, don't be like this. I've already told you not to be so lovey-dovey in front of me. Otherwise, my wife will have higher expectations for her man. My life is so comfortable now, I don't want to be a henpecked slave like you. Lin Che's face turned even redder. Go to hell. What nonsense are you spouting? Gu Jingze laughed and said, my wife needs someone to take care of her too much. She's stupid. She doesn't even know that she'll cook herself if she doesn't take care of herself. Our family is special. Don't worry about it. What? Who is stupid? You're the stupid one. Lin Che snorted. Gu Jingze said, yes, I'm stupid. Gu Jingze shrugged, looking as if he was going to give in to her. Shen Yuran was amused. She felt that Lin Che was no match for Gu Jingze, so he should just stop being so stubborn. Gu Jingze said, if the two of us sit together, who do you think will be the stupid one? Of course it's you. Everyone will think that you've been deceived by me. How could you give up so many rich ladies and marry me? Are you stupid, or am I stupid? Lin Che said. Gu Jingze raised his eyebrows. All right, you're right. If that's the case, I'm the stupid one. Lin Che laughed. She was still feeling proud of herself for beating him, but she suddenly felt that something was wrong. She looked up and saw Shen Yuran and Chen Yuqing looking at her thoughtfully. It was obvious what they meant. Lin Che coughed dryly and wanted to slap herself. Why did she talk to him about this? Didn't she say that they were still at loggerheads? It was just that they had unknowingly quarreled over this issue. This feeling was exactly the same as in the past, but she didn't want to. She was brought in unknowingly. She turned around and glared at him. He must be the one who seduced her. This man was too bad. She knew that it had nothing to do with him. At most, he was too handsome, too charming, too good at talking, too good at seducing people, and too shameless, but she still wanted to blame it on him. Gu Jingze said, all right. We can discuss this later. Let's eat first. He continued to put food in Lin Che's bowl. Lin Che glared at him angrily and told him not to eat. He said, be good. You're eating too hot. It's not good for your body to keep burning your mouth. Eat something cooler. She said that he didn't need to care whether he understood what she was saying or not. Gu Jingze moved his eyes. There was a hint of a smile in his clear eyes. What's wrong? Why don't you open your mouth and I'll feed you? As he said that, he picked up his chopsticks and really picked up food to feed her. Lin Che retreated and said helplessly, all right. Put it down. Put it down. What was he talking about? Was he crazy? Why was he still feeding her? Gu Jingze smiled slightly. All right, then eat by yourself. Here, eat more. He He put the food in her bowl. Lin Che rolled her eyes as she ate, but she had no choice but to eat the food first. Xin Yuran and Chen Yuqing were watching from the opposite side. They were so amused by the couple that they almost laughed. After eating, the children were still playing inside. The two children were being fed. Lin Che walked over and sat down to play with the children. She looked up and said, "You really love children. You've turned the house into a playground for them." Xin Yuran said, "The children are still young. They play everywhere. There's nothing we can do about it. Everything that can be moved has been moved. Your Nian Nian is really too obedient. Look at our house. It's about to be torn down by the two children." Lin Che said, "It's fine if they tear down the house. You don't even know how much trouble they've caused." Gu Shinian said, "Mommy." Xin Yuran said, "What's wrong? Didn't he just run back from America? I think he's really amazing. He can fly at such a young age." Lin Che said, "Of course we'll talk about this in the future. When he was in America, he even ran away from home with Yun Yun and the two children. In the end, they were sent to an orphanage." Chapter 770. Gu Shinian looked up. "That's because you're so undemocratic. You forced me to do things I didn't want to do, so I had to resist." "Screw you." Lin Che snorted and continued to tell Xin Yuran. He even used the bodyguards to dismantle the TV station circuit. "We had to pay a lot of compensation for that." "Mom, that's because they destroyed the toy castle I spent so much effort to make for Yun Yun with the fiber optic lines. They thought we were children and wanted to scare us. I could only let them know that children must not be looked down upon." Xin Yuran clapped her hands and said, "Oh, Nian Nian is so awesome." But at this moment, Chen Yinxian hit Gu Shinian's face with something first, and the old man laughed along with him. Gu Shinian was speechless as he looked at the little kid. There was one thing that he couldn't resist at all, and that was kids. He thought that it would be great if all the kids were as obedient as Yun Yun. He felt that if they were going to get along with each other in the future, he would definitely teach them a lesson so that they would listen to him. Gu Shinian pulled Chen Yinxian up. "Chen Yinxian, let's go. I'll take you to play something else." Xin Yuran immediately said, Okay. Take your two little brothers to play with you." Gu Shinian turned around and smiled faintly. Lin Che immediately said, "Hey, don't play tricks on me, or I'll hit you." Gu Shinian said, "I'm a person who loves kids very much." Seeing Gu Shinian walk out with the two kids, Lin Che didn't think it was a good idea. Although Nian Nian was naughty, he wasn't a bad kid. She knew that. Perhaps many years later, when Lin Che saw Gu Shinian leading his little brothers and sisters around, she would really feel that Nian Nian was really cunning. But he was still young. Gu Jingzi said, "Okay, let Nian Nian go. He knows what to do. I believe he knows what to do." Just then, Lin Che's phone rang. She picked up the phone and saw that it was Mu Firen. "Hello, Firen." Mu Firen sounded like she was about to cry. "Lin Che, bad news. Yun Yun was taken away by Mo Ding." "Taken away? What?" Lin Che asked in surprise. "What's going on?" Mu Firen cried and said, "I was with you before, so he didn't dare to hurt me because he knew the bodyguards of the Gu family were powerful. Now he heard the news that you were back in China, so he immediately asked someone to take the child away. What should I do? What should Yun Yun do?" Lin Che said hurriedly, "Don't worry, Firen. Why don't you call the police first? I'll ask someone to find out where this bastard has taken Yun Yun." Mu Firen was still crying. "No, although we know that the child isn't his, I'm still his wife. Yun Yun's household register says that he's the father. If he takes the child away, the police will only treat it as a family dispute. They won't arrest him." Lin Che frowned and said, "Don't worry, Firen. The child isn't his. He must have a purpose to take the child away. But it can't be the child. It must be you. He will contact you and tell you what he wants." Mu Firen nodded and said, "You're right. I suspect that he took the child back to Sea Land. He always wants me to go back to Sea Land to make money for him, but I don't want to go back. So he took the child back and used her as a hostage to force me. What a bastard. What kind of man is he? I'll ask the police for you right away." Lin Che hung up the phone angrily. Gu Jingzi had heard most of the conversation. He looked at her calmly and asked, "What happened?" Lin Che said, "Do you know where Mo Ding lives in China?" He took Firen's child away. At this time, Gu Shinian walked out of the room in a daze. "Mom, what do you mean? Yunyan was taken away?" Lin Che knew that Gu Shinian and Yunyan were childhood sweethearts and had a good relationship. He hurried over and said, "Nian, don't worry. It's okay." Gu Jingzi said, "I'll ask someone to investigate." Lin Che raised his head, looked at him, and nodded. Mu Firen started to call Mo Ding in Seattle. All these years, Mo Ding had been looking for trouble with Mu Firen, but Mu Firen had always stopped him. Because Lin Che was there, Mo Ding didn't dare to do anything when they were together. But now that Lin Che was back in China, Mo Ding immediately came looking for her. He was so arrogant that he took Yunyan away and immediately called her to show off. Mu Firen paced back and forth until the phone stopped ringing. Mo Ding finally picked up the phone. Mu Firen immediately shouted, "Mo Ding, are you human? Yunyan is so young. She's only 3 years old. How could you take her away? How could you do this?" Mo Ding sneered. "What are you talking about? Have you forgotten that her name is Mo Ziyan? She's my daughter. What's wrong with me taking my daughter away? I miss hers. I brought her back to stay with me for a while. Can't I do that? You?" Because Yunyan's identity couldn't be known by others, she didn't want to hurt Yunyan. She didn't want others to say that Yunyan was a wild child who was raped, so she could only put Yunyan in Mo Ding's household register. At that time, Mo Ding wasn't like this. He pretended to be nice to Mu Firen and hoped that she would come back to China. Until one day, she heard Mo Ding tell her personal assistant, Wei Jingjing, who had taken care of her for 10 years, that he wanted to make use of Mu Firen. He hoped that Mu Firen wouldn't retire and would continue to help him earn money. Only then would they have a good life. At that time, Mu Firen realized that Mo Ding had been deceiving her all along. He had been with her personal assistant for a long time, and the two of them used her as a money-making tool. Mu Firen had always thought that she loved Mo Ding, and Mo Ding loved her too. She had been living in deception. Mu Firen yelled over the phone, "Mo Ding, if you do this again, I won't let you off. I'll call the police and sue you for kidnapping my daughter. You have nothing to do with my daughter." Mo Ding snorted. "Fine, go ahead. Let me tell you, you have some influence in the country now. If you dare to call the police, I'll tell everyone how you hooked up with another man to marry me and give birth to this bastard. I'll let everyone know what kind of whore you are and how a whore gave birth to a bastard. I'm sure the story will be interesting and many people will pay attention to it, right?" You. Mu Firen didn't expect him to be so vicious. Mo Ding, you'll die a horrible death. Ha ha ha. You owe me, Mu Firen. I made you famous and molded you, but you made me a cuckold and refused to tell me who the adulterer was. Since you're so protective of him, I'll show him how his woman sold herself to earn money for me. If you don't help me earn 10 million a year, I won't return the child to you. Chapter 771. Mu Firen sneered. Mo Ding, you were the one who hooked up with Wei Jingjing first. Why can't I do the same? Haha, DNA can't be changed. At that time, you were already married to me and gave birth to this child. However, it wasn't mine. I didn't divorce you, but you were away from home all these years. Jingjing was the only woman by my side who empathized with me and comforted me. So, we developed feelings for each other. Tell me, do you think they'll believe your story or my story? Is it more reasonable? Mu Firen really regretted believing Mo Ding's words back then, but there was no turning back. She only hoped that Yunyan would come back and not be harmed by this man. She said, "What do you want? That's a good girl. Come back and make money for me. I don't care about anything else. I don't care who the child belongs to or who your adulterer is." Mu Firen put down her phone slowly. Her heart was filled with darkness, like a haze that she couldn't see the end of. Lin Che couldn't sleep because she was worried about Yunyan. She finally coaxed Gu Shinian to sleep. Otherwise, she wouldn't have wanted to sleep. She would have wanted to hear news about Gu Jingzi. Lin Che waited for Gu Shinian to fall asleep before she went to the living room. She sat down and leaned against the sofa, thinking that Mu Firen must be very sad and worried about her in Seattle. She also sat there waiting for Gu Jingze to come back. After waiting for a while, she slowly fell asleep on the chair. When Gu Jingze came back, it was already early in the morning. Seeing the woman curled up on the sofa, he walked over quietly and asked the servants to leave. He looked at Lin Che's twisted face, walked over, and gently took off his clothes to cover her. Then he sat down and touched her head. Lin Che woke up immediately. She raised her head and saw Gu Jingze in a daze. "You're back." She rubbed her eyes and got up. She smelled good. She looked down and noticed that his clothes were still on her body. Gu Jingze said, "Don't move. It's cold at night. Don't catch a cold." He reached out and covered her with her clothes, then hugged her. "Hey, don't move and listen to me," Gu Jingze said firmly. "It's about Mu Firen." Ah! Hearing Mu Firen's name, Lin Che stopped moving. Gu Jingze said, "I've checked. Mo Ding has just returned to China, but I don't know where the child is hidden. Do you know anyone he is familiar with in China?" After a brief pondering, Lin Che replied, "I only know that he got together with Mu Firen's assistant, Wei Jingjing. The two of them have been hiding it from Firen, and they seem to still be together." Gu Jingze repeated the name. He frowned deeply and nodded. Gu Jingze said, "All right, let's go and have a rest. There are many things to do tomorrow." Lin Che looked at him. "Yunin will be fine, right?" Gu Jingze nodded. "Didn't you make a good analysis during the day? Why are you asking me now? That Mo Ding is such a pervert. Who knows if he'll treat Yun well just because she's still a child? Am I worried that she'll get beaten up? I've watched Yun grow up. She's no different from my own child. I don't want to see Yun get hurt at all." Lin Che's face turned awkward. He said, "That's because I'm comforting others." Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes and looked at her. After a while, he smiled and picked her up. "Okay, I promise that the child won't get hurt. All right, let's go to bed." He lifted Lin Che up in his arms. Hey, what are you doing?" "I'm taking you to bed. You're so annoying. I can walk by myself." "I know." He lowered his head and rubbed her cheek. "But I want to carry you." Lin Che's face was burning. She felt even more itchy when he rubbed her. He hugged her tightly and quickly brought her to the bedroom. Lin Che was placed on the bed. She wanted to move, but Gu Jingze pressed down on her. "Ugh, what are you doing?" Lin Che frowned. The lights in the room were not turned on. Only the floor lamp was on. She could see his beautiful eyes smiling at her. Lin Che was stunned. She felt Gu Jingze encircling her bossily in his arms. Then he laid down on the bed. "Lin Che, move her legs. Hurry up and get off, or I'll take you off. Don't move. I promise I won't move. I'll just sleep like this." He pressed his lips against her ear. Suddenly, his teeth grazed her earlobe. His lips tugged at her earlobe. "But if you move, I don't mind moving with you. Who wants to move?" Lin Che's earlobe went numb. That was her sensitive spot. When he moved, her body went limp. She closed her legs. She felt his arms wrap around her. She closed her eyes and hugged him. Lin Che was speechless. Gu Jingze took the opportunity of helping her and directly came to occupy her bed. He was getting more and more shameless. He was even more shameless than before. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Che slowly fell asleep as he leaned against that familiar scent. The next day, early in the morning, Mu Firen suddenly called her. Lin Che picked up the phone in a daze. She listened to the voice on the phone. "Firen, what's up?" "Lin Che, I'm at the airport of City B." "What?" Mu Firen had returned to China overnight? Lin Che said hurriedly, "Okay, I'll come to you." When Lin Che got up, she suddenly felt a heavy weight on her body. She looked down and saw that Gu Jingze's clothes were messy. He didn't take off his shirt, but all the buttons were undone and hung loosely on his body. Gu Jingze was drooling at the sight of his cleavage. His pants were also in tatters, and the inverted triangular V-line was very eye-catching. Lin Che stared at him and felt that her eyes were about to be fixed on him. "What's going on?" The two of them were clearly fine when they slept at night. They slept with their clothes on. Why were their clothes so messy now? She looked at him. The sunlight shone on his body, giving him a beautiful glow. It made people feel that his body was like a perfect work of art, so slanted there. He woke up and opened his eyes quietly. He looked at her lazily in a daze. What's wrong? Chapter 772. He woke up and opened his eyes quietly. He looked at her lazily with misty eyes and asked, What's wrong? Lin Che was stunned. He quickly swallowed his saliva and turned his head away, pretending that he wasn't looking at her. What happened to your clothes? Gu Jingzi said. How dare you ask me? How would I know that you were so naughty? You kept touching me while you were sleeping. He leaned over and whispered in her ear, If you weren't so tired, I would have beaten you up last night for fanning the flames. Lin Che felt too ashamed to face anyone. So the way he was dressed was her doing? Lin Che had always been naughty when he slept, so even Yin Yin didn't like to sleep with her. Therefore, when he said that she did it, she felt that it was understandable. She turned her head away in embarrassment. Oh yes, Firen is here. I have to go and pick her up. Lin Che jumped out of bed and went to wash up. Gu Jingzi, who was standing behind them, smiled. He slowly packed up his clothes and followed them down the stairs. When Lin Che finished washing up, Nian Yin had woken up. She packed her things and said to Nian Yin, Stay at home after dinner. I'll go and pick up Annie Firen. I'll be back soon. Gu Jingzi handed the clothes to her. Don't worry. I'll have someone look after him. Lin Che looked up, took the coat, and put it on. Oh, are you going to the company today? Gu Jingzi said, I want to go with you. Lin Che stopped putting on the clothes. What? Why are you going with me? I'm going to pick up Firen. Since I'm going to help you deal with this matter today, I have to be there to understand the situation. Am I right? Lin Che thought that he was right, so she gave him a glare and agreed. Gu Jingzi said, Come on, shoes. Okay. Lin Che put on a pair of white shoes and squatted down to tie the shoelaces. Because he was in a hurry, the shoelaces looked ugly. Gu Jingzi couldn't help frowning. Look at you. You're so clumsy. Let me do it. As he spoke, he squatted down and helped Lin Che up. Lin Che stared blankly for a moment. He watched as he lowered his head and earnestly undid his shoelaces, then gently tied them into a beautiful butterfly knot. Lin Che couldn't help but smile as well. He felt that he was really a nitpicky person, but he was still so meticulous. Behind them, Gu Shinian looked at the two of them, rubbed his forehead and rolled his eyes. How could he abuse a dog like this? He even abused his own son. The two of them packed up and walked out together. Gu Jingzi was responsible for driving. Since he was going to pick up Mu Firen, he didn't bring a chauffeur with him in case it was too crowded. They soon arrived at the airport. Wearing a pair of big sunglasses, Mu Firen sat in the cafe of the airport, took a sip of coffee, and looked outside. It had been a long time since she had returned to country, due to her low profile. Looking at the place now, the changes weren't actually that big, but it still gave people a sense of loss. In this place, she had gained a lot and lost a lot. She had already gotten over it and did not want to return. However, she had no choice but to step on this soil again. She looked at the time and heard Lin Che's voice from afar. Firen. She turned around and saw Lin Che running towards her. She hurriedly stood up, only to see Gu Jingzi following behind Lin Che, unhurriedly. She couldn't help but pause, looked at Gu Jingzi, and said with a lowered head, Hello, Mr. Gu. Gu Jingzi nodded. Lin Che turned around and saw Mu Firen with a strange look on her face. Lin Che didn't know how to explain it, so he put his arm around her shoulder and said, Why did you suddenly come back? Mu Firen still felt sad at the thought of it. She was extremely worried and looked much more haggard. That bastard Mo Ding suddenly called me, so I thought I had to come back. Even if I found Yun Yun, I had to pick her up in person, so I bought a plane ticket and came back. At this moment, Gu Jingzi said behind her, I've asked a friend to help me. His underlings are all over the world, so it's easy for him to find a person. Mu Firen looked at him gratefully. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's okay. Thank you for taking care of Lin Che for me all these years. It's what I should do. Mu Firen smiled, leaned against Lin Che, and said, It's hard to say who took care of whom, but we were able to accompany each other and bring up our child abroad. We were both very happy to have a companion, so I should also thank Lin Che. Lin Che said with a smile, "All right, let's not say thank you one by one. We're all on the same side, so there's no need to thank me." When Yin Yin heard that Yun Yun had disappeared, he was already extremely worried at home. Lin Che took Mu Firen's hand and they walked in the front, while Gu Jingze walked behind them with peace of mind. When the three of them walked by, people would look at them curiously. After all, they were a handsome man and a beautiful woman, and their eyes lit up. However, not many people noticed who Mu Firen and Lin Che were. After all, they had been away for a long time, and many people didn't think of them at the moment. Besides, there were no paparazzi following them, so no one would associate the two beautiful girls with celebrities. Being held by Lin Che, Mu Firen looked at him and said, "Wow, it's my honor that Gu Jingze came to pick us up in person, isn't it?" Lin Che glanced at her and snorted. "Go away. With his help, I think it's much easier to solve the problem, but I'm a little worried about Yun Yun. I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been helped by someone like Gu Jingze." "Here you go again. I said it's my duty to help you. There's no need to thank me. Of course it's the same with you. There's no need to thank me. But it's different with Gu Jingze. He helped me because of you, so I must thank him." Lin Che said, "The most important thing now is that Yun Yun is fine." Gu Jingze drove the car and asked Lin Che and Mu Firen to sit in the back. Soon they arrived home. Mu Firen looked at them and asked curiously, "Why don't you live in the Gu mansion?" She had been to the Gu mansion last time, so she knew it was absolutely different from here. Lin Che said, "Ahem, this is my property, my home?" "Oh, really?" Lin Che scratched his head, although Gu Jingze paid for it. Mu Firen smiled and said, "I see. Gu Jingze is so generous to you. It looks like this place is not small." Mu Firen looked at Lin Che and thought of herself. A person's fate could change because he or she met the right person, or they could regret for the rest of their life because they met the wrong person. Chapter 773. Seeing Mu Firen, Gu Shinian ran out immediately. "Any Firen, you're here?" Seeing Yin Yin, Mu Firen thought of Yun Yun. They used to be together every day, but now Yun Yun was nowhere to be found. She hugged Yin Yin and almost cried. Gu Shinian hugged her and said, "Any Firen, don't worry. Dad will find Yun Yun for us." Mu Firen nodded hard and looked up with a smile. "It's so embarrassing that I have to be comforted by my child." Actually, it wasn't embarrassing. Everyone could understand this feeling. How could she be so calm when her child was missing? No matter how hard she tried to control herself, she must be extremely anxious. Gu Jingze watched from the side and said, "I asked someone to help me just now. I think there must be a result. Wait a moment." "Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gu." Seeing Gu Jingze go out, Lin Che hurried to follow him. "You asked someone to help you?" "Yes." Gu Jingze picked up the phone and said with a smile, "I'll call and ask." Lin Che nodded and watched him dial a number. The call went through quickly. He said with a smile, "It's the same thing. How's it going?" The voice on the phone was dull. Lin Che didn't know if he heard it wrong, but she felt that she had heard this voice somewhere before. "I found the child, and I'm thinking about how to go there." "Hey, you haven't told me what you're going to give me. You know, I'm always slow when I don't get any benefits. I believe that you won't ask me for anything after you see the child." "Huh? Do you think I'm that kind of person?" "We'll talk about it later. If you go there now, I'll ask someone to go there right away. I can only tell you that you're helping yourself by helping me. You won't regret it." The other side pondered for a moment. Although Gu Jingze's words were too ambiguous, he chose to trust him in the end. "Okay, I'll send you the address." Hearing him hang up, Lin Che leaned over and asked, "How was it? Who was this? He sounded so strange." Gu Jingze looked at her and said, "He's a newly rich businessman from Country C. His name is Mo Jinyan, and he's a good business partner." "Ah, I've never heard of him, but what's strange is that his voice sounds a little familiar." Lin Che said. Gu Jingze smiled mysteriously. "You didn't hear wrong. You've seen him and heard his voice." "What?" He smiled and said, "He has another name." "What's his name?" "Black Hawk." Lin Che naturally knew who this person was. She would never forget how Black Hawk and Li Mingyu had used her as a hostage and lured Gu Jingzi to a land to be tortured. Lin Che said in surprise, "Why is it him? Did you work with him?" Gu Jingzi said, "There are no permanent friends or enemies in the business world. He has enmity towards the Gu family, so I used his enmity to help me deal with my grandfather. That way, I won my own interests and helped him obtain a legitimate identity to do business in Country C. Although our relationship is one of mutual benefit, it's still okay for us to help each other when we need it. It'll be much faster for him to do this than for me. After all, his henchmen are everywhere, and he can find any dirty place." Hearing this, Lin Che felt that it wouldn't hurt to make use of such a person if they could save Yun Yun as soon as possible. However, she was worried that Black Hawk wasn't a good person. "But can you not interact with him too much?" "I'm worried." Gu Jingzi held her hand and said calmly, "Don't worry. As long as we have common interests, we won't break up. When the interests disappear, it doesn't matter if we become enemies. Anyway, we were enemies before, right?" What he said seemed to make sense. "But you just said that this is also beneficial to him. What does this have to do with him?" "Well, you'll know in the future. Isn't it great that he can help us find our child by saying this now?" Lin Che knew that Gu Jingzi had his own reasons for his plans. Lin Che couldn't keep up with his thinking, so she definitely wouldn't understand. Whether it was in the past or now, Lin Che found that her trust in Gu Jingzi had never changed. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingzi, nodded, and said to him, "Then I'll wait for your good news." Gu Jingzi patted the back of her hand quietly. "Don't worry." Watching Lin Che go in, Gu Jingzi thought that there was one thing he didn't tell Lin Che. That was the relationship between Black Hawk and Mu Firen. This could be considered a big gift from Gu Jingzi to Black Hawk. He wanted to let him see his biological daughter and know that there was a daughter in the world. What would Black Hawk think? Maybe this cold man still didn't feel anything. Maybe he was willing to acknowledge this daughter. No one knew whether this was good or bad for his daughter or Mu Firen. On the other side, Mo Ding came out with a cigarette in his mouth. When he saw that Mu Firen had finally called him, he chuckled. Last night, he kept calling Mu Firen, but her phone was turned off. So he knew that Mu Firen was probably on the plane. Now it seemed that he was right. "Firen, what's your decision?" "Mo Ding, I'm back in Sea Country. I want to see my daughter. Take me to see her first. Whether I can see your daughter or not depends on your sincerity. Come here and sign a contract with me. I'll return your daughter to you right away." No, I mean give her daughter a warm home right away." "Well, what do you mean? Sign a contract? Do you want me to continue selling myself for you?" "What do you mean by selling yourself? You're a superstar. No one in the domestic entertainment industry can surpass you. When you come back, it'll be a piece of cake for you to collect money. You can have as much money as you want. At that time, we'll pretend to be husband and wife. That way, we'll live in front of the paparazzi. I'll definitely treat you well and our daughter well." "You, Mo Ding, you're the one who should be acting. I'm ashamed to face you," Mu Firen said coldly. Mo Ding laughed. "You don't have a choice, Mu Firen. Do you want to be a star that is loved by millions or a slut that is despised by millions? Make your choice. If it were me, I would choose the former." Mo Ding put down the phone. Wei Jingjing couldn't help asking, "What's wrong? Is Mu Firen really back?" Mo Ding snorted. "Of course. I told you that she'll come back to make money for me." Chapter 774. Wei Jingjing leaned on Mo Ding. "But I'm still unhappy knowing that you're going to be her husband. What should I do?" Mo Ding lowered his head to caress her face and pinched her huge breasts. She cried out coquettishly, "Jerk, what are you doing?" Mo Ding said, "Don't worry. Even if we're husband and wife, I'll only sleep in your room." His expression turned fierce. Who would want to sleep with a broken shoe? She must have been played with by some man. Yet she's acting so high and mighty. I wouldn't even touch a woman like her. Mo Ding still felt angry when he thought about it. He didn't touch her on their wedding night, and they kept quarreling. But one day, someone suddenly told him that he was going to be a father. Someone took a picture of Mu Firen going to the gynecologist and it seemed like she was pregnant. At that time, he thought that he had never touched this woman. How could she be pregnant? He knew that many women in the entertainment industry were like this. They looked young and beautiful on the surface, but had slept with many men behind their backs. But Mu-Firen had always been noble and virtuous in front of him. Could it be that she had slept with other men without him knowing? He was so angry that he went to confront Mu-Firen. But Mu-Firen only cried silently and didn't say anything. Mo Ding felt that he had been cheated. Luckily, he had never touched her, or else he would feel dirty now. The two walked out of the hotel. After Mo Ding's company lost Mu-Firen, there were no more celebrities worth promoting, so the company's profits were getting worse. This time, he came out to socialize with others. In the cafe of the hotel, he sat down with Wei Jingjing and saw a tall man with a ferocious look on his face. Although he had a smile on his face, it made people feel that his smile was even colder. He slowly walked over, causing Wei Jingjing's eyes to pop out. She patted Mo Ding's shoulder and asked, "Who is that?" Mo Ding looked up and frowned. "I don't know him. What's wrong?" "No, I saw him come in and look over here." "Did you think he was someone you knew?" "Why? Don't you know him?" "Of course not." "What a pity. This person looks very rich. Look at the watch he's wearing and the car key in his hand. I thought he was the person you were going to meet today." Mo Ding also noticed him at a glance, but he really didn't know this man, nor had he seen this man anywhere. However, after Wei Jingjing finished speaking, Mo Ding realized that the man was walking towards him, and from the looks of it, he was indeed coming for him. Mo Ding couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Seeing the man approaching, he raised his head and wanted to stand up. The man walked in front of him and suddenly said, "Mo Ding, right?" He stood tall and looked down at Mo Ding. He casually took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and flicked the pack with practiced movements. A cigarette protruded out of the pack. He squinted his eyes and put the cigarette in his mouth. He lit it up amidst the smoke. Then, he lowered his head and said to Mo Ding, "There's something I need your help with." The way he lit the cigarette made him look like a ruffian. His powerful dark aura and his disdain towards others made Mo Ding feel a lot of pressure. However, Mo Ding looked at him and asked, "Who are you?" The man said, "I have a child. Is she locked up by you now? I want to see her now. Please hand her over." Mo Ding's heart shook, and he immediately understood. He was here for Mu-Firen's child. Mo Ding thought to himself, "What does this mean? This man is here for Mu-Firen's child. What's his relationship with Mu-Firen? Or is it his relationship with Lin Che?" Mo Ding didn't know what Lin Che's relationship was. Every time he went to Lin Che with so many bodyguards, they wouldn't let him get close to him. He only suspected that the man in front of him was related to Lin Che. Lin Che was really a huge obstacle to his plan. Mo Ding said straightforwardly, "I don't know what you're talking about. I only brought my daughter back. My daughter and I have nothing to do with anyone else." However, just as he finished speaking, Mo Ding's collar was yanked up by the man. His evil face came close to Mo Ding. The cigarette was burning in front of his eyes, as if it was going to touch Mo Ding's face at any moment. He said, "I'll ask you again. Where is the child? I don't care who she is. Now, I want her to appear in front of me. If you take me to find her obediently, then we don't have to talk about anything else. If you don't, then I'll force you to take me to find her." You. Where did you come from? You dare to treat me like this? Be careful, or I'll call the police. All right, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Huh? Mo Jinyin directly pulled him off the ground and dragged his body over from the table. Then, with a loud crash, he fell to the ground. The cafe was instantly in a mess. Wei Jingjing's scream came from behind. Mo Ding was dizzy from the fall. He climbed up with difficulty and looked up at the man with the same expression. "You!" Everyone in the cafe hurriedly ran out. Wei Jingjing looked up and saw that the cafe was filled with people. It was a dense mass of people. Although they were all dressed differently, they were all surrounding the man. It was like a scene from a movie. Only then did they realize that they had offended someone they shouldn't have. Mo Ding still persisted. "I don't know what you're talking about." "What child?" "I don't know." Mo Jinyin threw a photo at his face. "This was taken by my men. You locked the child in this hotel. Which room? You take me to find it. Otherwise, I'll take you to find it. But whether you bring your fingers, arms, legs, or even your little brother to find it, I don't know. Mo Ding was so scared that his whole body was covered in cold sweat. According to Mo Jinyan, he was worried that Lin Che would interfere, so he specially found a very special place to lock the child up. That place was a hotel that didn't require identification. It was a place that was used by the underworld to stay. It was a place where crooks and honest people mixed together. There were more than 10 rooms in a hotel. It was small and dirty, but it was safe, because no one knew which room the person you were looking for was in. The owner would never tell you which room the person was in. You could either search one by one or give up. Unexpectedly, the man in front of him did not take the normal route and directly forced him to search. Of course, he was unwilling. But when he saw the cigarette but in the man's hand, he couldn't help but think that if the cigarette but was a knife. Chapter 775. Was he really someone who dared to use a knife on him? Mo Ding could only say, I'll tell you. I'll tell you, all right? This time, Mo Jinyan nodded in satisfaction. Mo Ding originally thought that he would find an opportunity to escape once he got out. However, Mo Jinyan directly asked someone to carry him. The few of them crossed the street and were not afraid of the police at all as they walked towards the hotel. Mo Ding had no choice but to bring them to the door of the room. Inside, an auntie opened the door and was immediately shocked by the scene. Then, the little girl's appearance was revealed. Mo Jinyan walked in and immediately saw the little girl sitting inside. She was wearing a little white dress, and she was looking up at him. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. For some reason, he felt that this child was very pitiful. Then, he felt even more that this child was very cute. He walked over and squatted down, looking at the child. All right, you're safe now. Yunin looked up at him. Who are you? I'm here to bring you to Mommy. Let's go, are you coming? Really? I miss Mommy, but they said that Mommy is still busy with work, Yunyun said. Mo Jinyan fiddled with her slightly yellow hair. I'll bring you to Mommy now. He picked up Yunyun and directly collapsed in front of Mo Ding, walking out. Mo Ding gritted his teeth, but he was being held down and couldn't resist at all. Who was this man? How could he be so overbearing? When did Mu Firen get to know such a person? Mo Ding's plan didn't work, and he thought angrily that there would be a chance next time. No matter who Mu Firen hooked up with, she was still his wife in the eyes of the law. Mo Jinyan looked at the child. Yunyun looked outside. She was obedient and sensible. Her pretty little face was chubby, making people really want to go up and pinch it. Perhaps it was because she was too sensible, but it made people feel pity for her. Even Mo Jinyan, who wasn't good with words and didn't like to communicate with children, couldn't help but look down at her and ask, Do you feel like eating anything? Have you suffered in here for the past few days? Yunyun looked up and shook her head. Yunyun, be good. Mommy is going to work. Yunyun, be good. Mo Jinyan's heart couldn't help but feel even more uncomfortable. This kind of feeling made even him feel strange. Looking out, he said, Stop. The chauffeur stopped, and he threw his wallet to the chauffeur. Go and buy some snacks that children like to eat. The driver was taken aback and didn't dare to say anything. He quickly went to buy a lot of snacks. Not long after, the snacks were brought up. Mo Jinyan looked at the child and said, You can come and eat whatever you want. Can I really? Thank you, Uncle. Yunyun smiled happily, like an angel, which warmed Mo Jinyan's heart. He couldn't help but reach out to stroke her little head. Good girl. The driver watched from the front and felt like his brain was about to explode. Their boss was actually so nice to a child. They couldn't tell that their boss was so kind. To say that Black Eagle was kind in the underworld, many people would vomit to death. Lin Che's residence. Gu Jingzi took the phone and said, The child is here. Mu Firen and Lin Che, who were sitting in the living room and waiting bitterly, stood up together. Gu Shinian stood up slowly from the side. Just then, they heard the sound of the car outside stop. Gu Jingzi glanced at Mu Firen. Seeing her walk out excitedly, he stopped Lin Che, who was about to follow her. Let Mommy spend more time with the child, he said. Hearing this, Lin Che felt that he was right. Looking at Gu Jingzi, He felt that he was as attentive as ever. He could even think of such a small thing. Outside, when Mu Firen saw a man holding Yun in his arms, she immediately ran out without any hesitation. After worrying for a few days, she finally saw the safe Yun. She shouted excitedly, Yun, Mommy is here. Yun also called out to Mu Firen, Mommy. Mu Firen ran over and hugged Yun. Sticking to Yun's face, she looked like she was about to cry. These few days, she really felt like she was in hell. But as long as Yun was safe, it was worth it. After hugging her for a while, she remembered that there was someone else in front of her. She looked up slowly and said, Thank you. She was about to say, Thank you for helping me. However, the man in front of her had sharp features and a deep gaze. His eyelashes, which resembled the feathers of a black phoenix, were faintly discernible over his pitch-black eyes. When he stared at her, it was as though her soul was being displayed in front of him without any concealment. His demonic eyes caused her heart to tremble. This was especially so when she sensed that the familiar nightmare was suddenly right before her eyes. Mu Firen's body froze. The man in front of her felt very similar to the man who had forced himself on her on their wedding night. But at that time, she didn't see clearly what he looked like. Now that so many years had passed, it was even more blurry. But when he suddenly approached, that feeling suddenly reminded her of it. She couldn't help but raise her head to look at the man in front of her. She subconsciously wanted to stay away from him. However, Imogen's eyes seemed to have been fixed on her beautiful face. She didn't remember him, but he would never forget her. Because at that time, he had lost control and grabbed a woman in the corridor and brought her back to his room. Now that he thought about it, there were so many dangers that he didn't think about it. Luckily, nothing happened at that time. These few years, he almost thought that he would never see the woman that night again. But unexpectedly, wait, this child was hers? Imogen took a look inside. At the door, Gu Jingze was standing there, looking at him with a meaningful smile. When their eyes met, Imogen suddenly thought of what Gu Jingze had said. Those things you won't regret doing this. Helping me is also helping yourself. This child. Imogen's eyes widened as he looked at the child in Mu Firen's arms. Looking at it carefully, the child indeed looked like Mu Firen, but there were some features that were completely different from Mu Firen's. For example, the yellowish hair, the earlobes, the neck, and the way the little hands were bent. After knowing a little, the more he looked at the child, the more he felt that it was similar. At this moment, Mu Firen looked at Imogen again and said, Thank you for bringing Yun back. Imogen shook his head as if he had just come back to his senses. He looked at the back of the child's head and said, It's okay. Oh yes. How old is the child? Chapter 776. Mu Firen was stunned. The child is 3.5 years old. It's only 15 days away from Yu. They are all 3.5 years old. 3.5 years old. Imogen's expression seemed to drift as he looked ahead, calculating in his heart. The timing was just right. He smiled and looked at Yun. It's good that the child is fine. Yun, now that Uncle has brought you to Mommy, aren't you going to say thank you to Uncle? Yun turned around and happily hugged Imogen's neck. She kissed him on the cheek and said, Thank you, Uncle. Just call me Uncle Imo after being kissed. Imogen's mind became even more relaxed. He smiled at her and said gently. Mu Firen looked at him in surprise. She thought that this person looked scary, but he was so nice to the child. It seemed like he liked the child a lot. Mu Firen smiled gratefully. Thank you. Imogen looked at Mu Firen. If you really want to thank me, you can ask Gu Jingze to treat me to a meal next time. After all, he was the one who asked for my help. Oh yes, your number. He took out his cell phone and handed it to her, indicating for her to enter his number. Mu Firen was stunned. She didn't expect him to take her number so directly. Imogen said, I'll tell you about the man who took the child later. The child is here now, so it's not convenient. Hearing his words, Mu Firen nodded with understanding. She took the phone and keyed in her phone number. Imogen looked at her deeply, then looked up at Gu Jingze. He tilted his head and signaled for him to talk outside. Outside, the cigarette in Mo Jinyan's hand was already half burnt, but he hadn't had time to brush the ash off. Gu Jingze walked up behind him. How is it? Mo Jinyan turned around. Gu Jingze, you already knew, but you're telling me now. What do you mean? What are you trying to threaten me with? Let me tell you, even if the child is mine, we don't have much of a relationship. You want to use the child to threaten me and make her my weakness so that you can control me? That's impossible. Gu Jingze waited for him to finish before saying, Hey Ying, get this straight. I'm telling you this out of goodwill. Threaten you? Make her your weakness? In that case, I don't have to tell you. I'll slowly become the benefactor of Mu Firen and your daughter and make them trust me. When the time comes, I'll show the child to you. It's just that I happen to be in time, so I let it happen naturally. Mo Jinyan held the railing with one hand and looked down at the pond below. Gu Jingze walked over and patted him on the shoulder. All right, I've told you what I should. Mu Firen is Mo Ding's wife in name, but as far as I know, they have never slept together. However, Mo Ding has been using your daughter to threaten Mu Firen into helping him earn money. Mo Jinyan thought of the man in the day. He still wanted to be Yunyan's father? If he had known it would be like this, he would have removed both of his arms first. Gu Jingze quickly returned inside. Seeing that he had finally finished talking with Black Hawk, Lin Che hurriedly walked over. How is it? I'm fine. He patted Lin Che's hand. At this moment, Black Hawk also walked in. Seeing Lin Che, he smiled and said, Hello, Miss Lin, we meet again. Lin Che spread out his hands. Yes, fate is really a strange thing. I really wish I could never see you again. I didn't expect. Black Hawk laughed. Oh yes, Li Mingyu went to Country M. I saw him a while ago. He even asked me if I had any news about you. It seems like he misses you a lot. Lin Che's face darkened. Gu Jingze's face darkened, and he glared at He Ying. Black Hawk was satisfied to see Gu Jingze's expression. He seemed to feel a little better and reached out to shake hands with Lin Che. Just call me Mo Jinyan. Hello, it seems like we'll meet often in the future. There was a hidden meaning in his words. He looked at Mu Firen through Lin Che. Lin Che spread out his hands. I really don't want to, but she still shook hands with Black Hawk. It was better than being an enemy. He smiled at Lin Che and looked even more devilish. It's very magical, but we still need to communicate more in the future. I think you are a good friend. Gu Jingze held Black Hawk's hand and pushed it back. All right, you don't need to be friends with other people's wives. Black Hawk looked at Gu Jingze speechlessly. This man was so stingy with women. However, looking at Lin Che, he couldn't be blamed for worrying that someone would steal her from him. Although he didn't have much feelings for her, he knew that Li Mingyu had only been with her for a few days, and he still couldn't forget her. He knew that she must have something special about her. Black Hawk quickly left with a smile. After he left, Mu Firen brought the child to sleep and coaxed him to sleep. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze and said, This person doesn't seem so bad. Gu Jingze looked at her speechlessly. Silly, with your personality, you always think that anyone is a good person. No, I think that even if he is bad, he might have his reasons. No one is so bad for no reason. Maybe he has experienced something that we don't know about. Gu Jingze's face darkened. He grabbed Lin Che's shoulder and looked into her eyes threateningly. Don't think about other men in front of your husband. Lin Che pushed his hand away and said, You're so annoying. Why are you pulling me? Look at me and tell me that you won't do it again. He pulled her away again and stared into her eyes as if he wouldn't let go of her until she said it. Lin Che looked at him speechlessly. She had no choice but to say with a slightly red face, Yes, yes, yes. I won't do it again. Let go of me. Mu Firen was still here. It was embarrassing for him to pester her like this. Hearing her words, Gu Jingze smiled in satisfaction. He put his arm around her shoulder and pulled her into his arms, kissing her gently. Lin Che glared at him. She still wanted to resist, but she felt that his lips had already pressed down. His mouth had a slight mini taste, which made people feel very fresh. His thin lips moved gently on her lips, slowly leaving behind moisture and his elegance, which made people feel very comfortable. Lin Che closed her eyes gently. She felt Jingza licking her lips gently, as if he was tasting a delicious patch. Then he pried open her lips and entered her mouth bit by bit. Their silhouettes slowly intertwined with each other. At this moment, Lin Che, Yun is asleep. Mu Firen opened the door and saw Lin Che and Jingza. She was stunned and quickly turned her head. Chapter 777. Lin Che hurriedly pushed Jingza away with panic in her eyes. Jingza wiped his mouth unhurriedly and reached out to wipe away the moisture on her lips with his fingertips. Then he patted her shoulder with a smile and said, "Okay, I'm going to deal with some business first. We'll talk when I come back." Lin Che glared at him resentfully. Then she put away the panic on her face and turned around to smile awkwardly at Mu Firen. "Firen, what's wrong?" Hearing her words, Mu Firen covered her mouth and turned around with a smile. "Hey, you and your wife. Even if you love each other, you should choose a place, okay? I'm a loner. I'm so anxious to see you like this." Lin Che hit her with a red face. "What loner? You still have us?" "Alas, but no man loves you, especially a man like Jingza." Mu Firen looked at Lin Che. "I really envy you. You can find a man who is willing to love you and treat you sincerely. Look at me. No matter how glorious I am and how I am named the Empress of Heaven, only I know how much of a failure I am." Lin Che held her hand. "You're only a failure when it comes to choosing a man, but in other areas, you're the most successful. You're the idol of so many people, and you're also my idol. Your daughter is so good, and your friends are so good. How can you be a failure?" Mu Firen looked disappointed for a moment. Then she smiled and said, "Yes, I can't let that scumbag ruin everything for me." Mu Firen led Lin Che into the room. "Who was that man just now?" Mu Firen asked. Lin Che said, "His name is Mo Jinyan, but his alias is Black Eagle. He is a very complicated person. I heard that he used to have a bad background, but now he is working in the business world." "Oh, I see." Mu Firen lowered her head and pondered, looking a little hesitant. It didn't seem to be him. It just looked like him. Mu Firen didn't want to recall what had happened that night. Her impression of that man was also very vague. At night, Jingza came to her room again. He looked a little tired and took off his clothes as soon as he came in. Lin Che looked at him speechlessly. "Where did you get the key to my room?" Jingza said, "The servant opened the door for me." "What? We're husband and wife, so of course we have to sleep together. So, as soon as I asked, they gave me the key. Come, let's sleep, it's late." "Get lost. Go live by yourself. There are plenty of rooms outside." "How can I do that? Mu Firen and his daughter are living here now. It's more suitable for me to live with you. Otherwise, it's not good for Mu Firen's reputation to live under the same roof with a strange woman." "Get lost. Stop finding excuses." Lin Che pointed in the direction of the door and said. Jingza suddenly came over and hugged Lin Che. He wouldn't let go and wouldn't let her move. Circling her body, he said, Okay, don't move. There's something I need to tell you." Lin Che stopped and felt his lips right next to his ear. "What is it? Come here, let's talk slowly." He pulled her to lie down with him and covered both of them with a blanket. He continued to wrap his arms around her neck and said, "I'll take you to the company's banquet tomorrow and pick you up tomorrow morning." "What? A company party? Why would I go?" "I'll take Shernyan to meet some of the company's shareholders and get someone to familiarize him with the company." "What?" Lin Che opened her mouth in surprise. "No way. Why? He's so young. Why does he want to see the company's things?" Jingza said, "Since he already knows some things, we can let him know what our company does for the time being. It's still possible for him to develop in this area in the future. It'll be good for his future development if we let them meet him. But his potential is much greater than you think. He's like me. When I was his age, I started to meet the company's shareholders and gradually got to know the family business. It's much better than suddenly taking over the company in the future." Lin Che thought for a while and felt that it was very stressful to worry about the child. However, since he said that he was only going to contact the shareholders, Lin Che had to agree. She felt that she really needed to go and see what the child should do. Although as a member of the Gu family, Nian Yin might not be ordinary in the future, he was still her child after all. If someone wanted to hurt her child, she would definitely stop it. The next day, early in the morning, Yun Quishan stopped Yun Luo, who was about to go out. Luo, you have to go to the Gu family shareholders meeting today. Ah, why? I heard that Gu Jingza is going to take Lin Che to the shareholders meeting. Humph. The Gu family still doesn't know what happened between Lin Che and Gu Jingza, and they haven't seen Lin Che yet. Go and ask Madame Gu to go with you. Humph. I want to see how Lin Che will meet the Gu family when he can't hide it anymore. Yun Luo said, that's not a good idea. Will Jingza be angry? Yun Quishan said, what's there to be angry about if you bring Madame Gu there? Just say that she wants to go with you. Don't you know how to lie? You're in a critical period now. Are you going to watch Lin Che steal Gu Jingza away again? Wouldn't everything we've done before be for naught? Yun Luo listened to his father's words and slowly clenched his fists. For Gu Jingza, Mu Wanqing hadn't gone out for a long time. Looking at Yun Luo, she sighed and said, I don't know if my body is failing me, but I can't be bothered to move anywhere. Yun Luo smiled. How can that be? Andy, you don't look old at all. You're still the same as when I first met you. Mu Wanqing smiled. You're already of age, but you're still failing me. However, the weather looks good today. It's time to go out for a walk. Mu Wanqing quite liked Yun Luo. This child looked quite pitiful. He had a heart disease since he was young, and he was weak and couldn't make decisions for himself. However, it was also because of this that she liked him. Compared to some treacherous people, she felt that it was better to be honest like this. Very soon, Yun Luo went outside and said, Annie, I heard that there's a shareholders meeting today. Mu Wanqing said, yeah, they gather a few times a year for meetings, then have a meal and discuss things. I heard it from my father. He's there today too. Why don't we go and take a look? Are you interested in this? A little? I don't want to always stay at home for treatment. I also want to have a chance to work. Chapter 778. Mu Wanqing patted her hand. Look at how pitiful you are. There will definitely be a chance in the future. When you recover from your illness, Jingza will still be helping you with your research. There will definitely be hope in the future. When Yun Luo heard this, he nodded his head solemnly. Mu Wanqing pulled her and said, all right then, let's go and take a look. At the shareholders meeting, Gu Jingza was serious during the meeting. Everyone only relaxed when the meeting was over and followed Gu Jingza out of the room. President Gu, it's really gratifying to see so many people here. Gu Jingza had taken over the company's board of directors recently, and everyone was more polite to him. They knew that he had inherited the position of the family head, and they were almost putting him on a pedestal. All of them were eager to get close to him. Gu Jingza had already settled Lin Che and Gu Xinian in his office. He would go over to call them over soon. However, at this moment, the secretary suddenly walked over and said, Sir, Madame Gu is here to see you. She wants to ask if the meeting is over. After the meeting, it was dinner time. Everyone chatted for a while and talked about some private topics that were not easy to talk about at the meeting. When he heard that Madame Gu was here, Gu Jingza frowned. Although it was nothing for the Gu family to come to the shareholders meeting, he knew that Mu Wanqing never liked to go out. Gu Jingza was a little confused when she suddenly came at this time. Please come in, Gu Jingza said. Mu Wanqing walked in and saw Gu Jingza. She smiled and said, How is it? Is the meeting over? I don't know if it's good for me to come so abruptly, but the weather is good today, and everyone is here, so I came to take a look. Gu Jingza walked over and put his arm around his mother's shoulder. The Gu family had been in turmoil for the past few years, which made Mu Wanqing's heart ache a lot. In the turmoil, Gu Jingza could clearly see who was really on his side and who was just watching the show. And Mu Wanqing was an absolute supporter of her son. Therefore, Gu Jingza naturally became closer to her. When he heard Mu Wanqing say that, he said lightly, It's already over. Feel free to come. It's not rude. Oh, Yun Luo is here too. We wanted to go out for a walk, but we remembered that today is the shareholders meeting. Oh, where is she? Gu Jingze looked around, but didn't see Yun Luo. Mu Wanqing said she knew that Mr. Yun would be here today, so she went to look for her father. Everyone looked at Mu Wanqing. This lady rarely appeared, but they all knew her. Seeing that Mu Wanqing had arrived, everyone quickly came over to greet her. Previously, when Gu Jingze had been demoted and the Gu family had all joined the battle team, Mu Wanqing had decisively stood on Gu Jingze's side. The truth had proven that Gu Jingze was the victor, so those who had stood on the wrong side before no longer dared to make a sound. As for Mu Wanqing, everyone had once again become even more respectful towards her. Therefore, there were many people who tried to curry favor with her. Someone looked at Mu Wanqing and said, "Are you out shopping with Miss Yin?" Mu Wanqing said, "That's right. It's just that we have nothing better to do. It's been hard on you. We women can only eat for free. We can't help with anything." "How could that be?" "It's because you're in charge at home that President Gu can lead us to work hard outside. Look at Miss Yun. Just like Madam, she's from a wealthy family and has such a good relationship with you. These are all President Gu's blessings." These words sounded as if Yun Luo and Gu Jingze had some sort of relationship. Mu Wanqing was stunned and immediately looked at Gu Jingze worriedly. As expected, Gu Jingze's eyes had already turned to look at him. That sharp gaze was like the cold light of a blade, causing one's heart to tremble. The shareholder didn't know what he had said wrong, so he could only shut his mouth. Previously, everyone had heard rumors that Gu Jingze was very close to the Yun family, and that they were probably going to get married. Regardless of whether Gu Jingze was engaged or not, everyone still felt that this was nothing to the Gu family. Wasn't it just a wife? Just a divorce? Whatever the Gu family wanted to do, would there be any obstacles in this aspect? Unexpectedly, he had flattered the wrong person. Gu Jingze suddenly said, "This time, I invited everyone here because there's another person I want to bring everyone to meet." "Oh? Who is it?" Everyone turned to look at him. They felt that the person Gu Jingze wanted them to meet must be someone important. Could it be that the Gu family had poached a powerful senior? However, what Gu Jingze said next shocked everyone. "My son. I hope that everyone can meet him. If there's anything in the company in the future, I hope that everyone can help guide him." Everyone thought that they had heard wrongly. Gu Jingze's son? It seemed that no one knew that Gu Jingze had a son. This news was so secretive that everyone was shocked when they heard it today. "President Gu, when did you have a son? We didn't even know about it," someone stammered. Gu Jingze smiled faintly. "He has been living abroad. I just brought him back. You'll know when I bring him here later. Although he's only 3 years old, it's always good to educate him early. I hope that everyone can help him." Only 3 years old. All right, it was reasonable for the Gu family's child to live abroad and bring him back when he was safe. However, it was a little too secretive. Now, he wanted to introduce this son to everyone and ask everyone to help take care of him. He was only 3 years old, but he already liked this child and hoped that this child would be successful in the Gu family in the future. To say this in front of so many people, it was a direct affirmation of the child's status. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Immediately, someone spoke up, "President Gu, don't say that. This is what we should do. He is so sensible at the age of 3 and can be brought here to learn. It can be seen that a tiger father will not beget a dog son. He will definitely make a name for himself in the future. We are really looking forward to meeting him." When everyone saw that someone had gone to show their loyalty, they immediately followed, unwilling to be left behind. The child that Gu Jingze had affirmed would have a high status in the future. If they didn't show their loyalty now, when would they? On the other side, Mu Wanqing couldn't help but pull Gu Jingze over. She couldn't hide the excitement on her face. "You mean the child is back? Has he been brought back?" Gu Jingze looked at Mu Wanqing. Looking at her expression, he pressed her hand and said, "Yes, he's here now. I'll bring Mother to see him right away." "Why didn't you say so earlier? Why didn't you bring him to me now?" "My grandson, all right, calm down. You've been hugging Jing Yan's child every day. Haven't you had enough?" Gu Jingze teased. Chapter 779. Mu Wanqing said, "It's that hug every day. I can't see this even once, so I'm even more excited. Look at you. You usually don't let me see it, and you don't let me see it either. I can understand that you don't want me to ruin your plan, but now that you're back, you still won't let me see it." Gu Jingze held Mu Wanqing down to prevent her from jumping up. Then he sighed and said, "Mother, you'll see her in a while. Don't worry." Mu Wanqing couldn't wait any longer and urged him to hurry over. Lin Che and Gu Shinian were settled in the office. Gu Shinian was playing on the computer while Lin Che stood there and looked at his office. She looked at the things inside and flipped through them casually. The documents she opened were all things she didn't understand. She only glanced at them and didn't want to continue looking. Just then a sound came from outside. Lin Che seemed to have heard Qin Hao's voice. She thought it was Gu Jingze and opened the office door. "Assistant Qin, it's Gu Jingze." However, when she raised her eyes, she met Yun Luo's gaze. When Yun Luo saw Lin Che, he was obviously stunned. Qin Hao looked at him. These two are going to meet here today." No one in the world didn't know Yun Luo's feelings for President Gu. However, there were all kinds of rumors going around. Although Qin Hao had his suspicions, the moment Lin Che returned, he knew that Yun Luo had no hope. So at this moment, Qin Hao looked and hurried to Lin Che's side. He lowered his head and said attentively, "Madam, Miss Yun is just here to take a look." Lin Che gave an "oh" and nodded, expressing his understanding. His gaze fell on Yun Luo, looking at this seemingly delicate and weak Miss Yun. He smiled and generously greeted her first. "Hello, Miss Yun." Yun Luo's heart skipped a beat. Seeing Lin Che walk out of Gu Jingze's office, she was extremely unhappy. However, she was Gu Jingze's wife and still was. Perhaps it was because of this that Qin Hao let Lin Che in. After all, she was the lady boss in name. If she wanted to come to the office, who would dare to refuse? Yun Luo said, "Why, Miss Lin was in Jingze's office just now." Lin Che said, "That's right." Yun Luo looked at Qin Hao. "Does your teacher know?" Qin Hao naturally understood what Yun Luo meant. Gu Jingze's office had always been protected by 3 layers of security. Ordinary people were not allowed to enter. The moment someone entered the door, the alarm would go off. Yun Luo had been here before and triggered the alarm. Qin Hao smiled. At this moment, he was naturally unwavering in standing by Lin Che's side. "Miss Yun, this madam came over. It was Sir who personally brought it over." Yun Luo's face darkened. Raising his head slightly, Lin Che looked at Yun Luo and said, "What, is there a problem?" Yun Luo hurriedly wiped away the awkwardness on his face and said to her, "No, I'm just curious. Normally, no one is allowed to enter this place because the secrets inside involve the lifelines of many companies. If there's a problem, Gu Jingze might be exceptionally busy. That's why I mentioned it." Lin Che looked at Yun Luo, walked over, and said, "If that's the case, then I really don't know. When Gu Jingze asked me to come here, he didn't mention anything confidential." When Qin Hao heard this, he hurriedly chuckled and replied, "That's right, that's right. To Madam, Sir doesn't have any secrets. Sir is absolutely honest in front of you, so it doesn't matter what you want to see." Yun Luo looked at Qin Hao with even more surprise. This Qin Hao, from the way he behaved, it was as if he wanted to give Lin Che ass, so attentive. Yun Luo had always been very respectful towards Qin Hao because he knew that Qin Hao had followed Gu Jingze for more than 10 years and had always been his special assistant. Therefore, Qin Hao's reputation in various places was also very high. When people saw him, they would give him some face no matter what. But now, he had become a bootlicker in front of Lin Che, following behind her like a pug. Was Lin Che really that scary? Yun Luo remembered that his father had once said that this Lin Che had no background at all, yet she was able to capture Gu Jingze's heart, and even made Gu Jingze give birth to a child with her. This woman was definitely not simple. At this moment, seeing how Qin Hao was so respectful towards her, Yun Luo felt that this Lin Che definitely had some tricks up her sleeves. Yun Luo's tone became even more gentle. You? All right, I'm just a little worried. I also hope that my worries are unnecessary. What's wrong with you guys? At this moment, Gu Jing's voice came from behind. Yun Luo hurriedly turned around, looked at Gu Jingza, and quickly said, Jingza, it's like this. She entered your office. I was worried that there was something inside that I couldn't mess up, so I just wanted to remind her. However, Gu Jingza only glanced at Yun Luo indifferently, avoided her outstretched hand, and said to her, What's secret? These 4 words made Yun Luo a little speechless for a moment. At this moment, Yun Luo saw Mu Wanqing behind them. She immediately reacted and hurriedly went up to her. Auntie, you're here. However, Mu Wanqing did not even look at her. She only stared fixedly at Lin Che, who was behind her. As she watched, her eyes became moist. Lin Che looked at Mu Wanqing. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. All of a sudden, she saw Mu Wanqing's reddened eyes. Thinking about all these years, her heart actually ached. Mom, she called out, and involuntarily took a step forward. Mu Wanqing was already 1 step ahead of her. She directly walked over and pulled Lin Che, her tears falling. Child, you've suffered. Mom didn't do it well. I couldn't protect you. Really? She really blamed herself. At that time, there was nothing she could do. She was the one who brought Lin Che to the Gu family. She was the one who made Gu Jingza marry her. However, she couldn't protect her all the way to happiness. Seeing her like this, Lin Che's tears also fell. Mom, I know. How can I blame you for this? Besides, didn't I come back safe and sound? It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Let me look at you. Really, you've lost weight again. Child, you don't even take good care of yourself outside. When I see you like this, my heart really aches. Lin Che smiled. I have to deliberately recover after giving birth. Isn't that good? My figure is so good. You're fine no matter what. You don't need to recover your figure at all. Mu Wanqing thought of the child and quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Look at me. I'm still crying when you're back. If the child sees this, he'll laugh at us adults. Where's the child? Even in my dreams, I've been hoping that you guys would come back soon and reunite as a family. Today, it's finally come true. Gu Jingza said, Mother, Nian Nian is inside. Lin Che also nodded. Gu Jingza turned around and looked at Yun Luo behind him. Chapter 780. She was already frozen in place. Seeing Mu Wanqing and Lin Che together, reuniting after such a long time, looking so warm and sad, Mu Wanqing actually cried. Yun Luo moved. She thought that her father thought that the Gu family would cause a huge uproar if they found out that Lin Che was back. He wanted to use Mu Wanqing to teach Lin Che a lesson, but unexpectedly, she thought that Mu Wanqing was already very close to her and was on her side. She didn't expect that she and Lin Che looked even more familiar than she did. The dignified Madame Gu actually shed tears because of Lin Che. This was too unbelievable. Gu Jingza looked at Lin Che and walked over. He held her shoulders and wrapped his arms around her waist and said softly, This is Mother's first time seeing her grandson. Just don't be scared later. All right, I'll give myself a heads up. Lin Che shrugged. She glanced at Yun Luo from the corner of her eyes and smiled. She didn't forget to look back at Yun Luo and said lightly, Miss Yun, I've let you see a joke. I haven't seen Mother in a long time, and I'm a little excited. We aren't usually like this. How could Yun Luo not feel the mockery in Lin Che's words? She smiled awkwardly, but her eyes were already fixed on Gu Jingza's hand. If she remembered correctly, Gu Jingza really didn't let her touch any part of his body. Every time, he would be 1,000 miles away, and no one would dare to get close to him. But now, he was standing so intimately with Lin Che, touching her shoulder and hugging her body. Yun Luo suddenly lost her confidence. She felt that everyone said that Gu Jingzi treated her well, but that wasn't the case. That was because Gu Jingzi treated everyone else badly, so everyone was already surprised when he treated her well. But now, seeing that Gu Jingzi could be so gentle to a woman, she felt as if her heart was blocked. It was so uncomfortable. Gu Jingzi turned around and looked coldly at Yin Luo. Yin Luo, I have something to take care of. Do as you please. Oh, I know. It's okay. You don't have to worry about me. Yin Luo could only say this in a magnanimous manner. She glanced at Qin Hao, who walked past her with his head held high and chest puffed out. Lin Che had returned, and his attitude towards her seemed to have changed all of a sudden. It was as if he couldn't be bothered with her anymore. Even the little bit of respect he had shown her before had disappeared. When Mu Wanqing entered the door and saw Gu Xinian, she really felt that he was extremely cute. Nian Yin, I'm your grandmother. She walked over and looked at Nian Yin carefully. She wanted to touch him, but she was afraid of scaring him. Gu Xinian looked at Mu Wanqing. Hello, Grandma. Hey, okay, come here and let Grandma take a look. She called out to Nian Yin with a smile. She really did not dare to be too enthusiastic and could only suppress her love for him from the bottom of her heart. When Gu Xinian walked over, Mu Wanqing squatted down and looked at him. She really felt that he was too beautiful. Hugging Gu Xinian, she smiled and said, Nian Yin is such a good boy. You look just like Mommy. You're so beautiful. Gu Jingzi said, Mother, take a good look at him. He looks like me. Mu Wanqing turned around and looked at Gu Jingzi. I don't have such a sullen face. I think she's much prettier than you. Come on, Yin, Grandma didn't prepare a gift for you. Grandma will make it up to you when we get home in a few days. Lin Che looked at her and thought of all the things Mu Wanqing had bought for her. She suddenly felt that this gift would probably surprise her again. However, Gu Jingzi pulled her and stopped her. He smiled at her and shook his head. Lin Che understood that he meant that Mu Wanqing could give him whatever she wanted. She didn't need to care. Lin Che could only shake her head speechlessly. Mu Wanqing said, I'll watch Nian Yin later. You guys go and play. Don't worry about him. Mother, I still have to bring Nian Yin to meet a few shareholders later, Gu Jingzi said. Mu Wanqing frowned and looked at him. However, after thinking about it, she felt that this was also good for the child, so she only said, then I'll take Nian Yin around. Knowing that Mu Wanqing wanted to get along well with the child, Lin Che was the first to nod. Gu Jingzi looked at Lin Che and nodded. He could only reluctantly agree. All right, Mother, I'll give you half an hour. Mu Wanqing looked at Gu Jingzi. She knew that he only agreed because Lin Che had nodded. At this moment, she even snorted and said, Lin Che, if you say it's good, then it's good. You want to refute whatever I say. Seriously, there's a difference between a wife and a mother. Lin Che hadn't noticed this problem yet. After hearing Mu Wanqing's teasing, she suddenly looked embarrassed. She glanced at Gu Jingzi and saw that he had also turned his head. She quickly looked away. Gu Jingzi's lips curled up. His beautiful eyelashes trembled slightly as he looked at Mu Wanqing and said, Anyway, I'll pick him up in half an hour. Then he held Lin Che's hand. Let's go. Lin Che had no choice but to walk out with Gu Jingzi. Seeing that the door behind them was closed, she looked at Gu Jingzi and said, Mom still wants to give Nian Yin a gift. Nian Yin is still young and doesn't need anything. It's useless to give him no matter how much you give him. You're good. You even agreed. Gu Jingzi said, Now that Nian doesn't need it, you're the one taking care of it. It's fine. Mom has a lot of money. She could deduct some. If these words were said in an ordinary family, he would probably be accused of being unfilial. How could he covet his mother's money? However, the Gu family had too many material things. Because they were too rich, these words were like a compliment, like a joke. No one thought that he was unfilial. After all, he was right. Mu Wanqing was indeed very rich. Giving her some as a gift was just a drop in the bucket. As the two of them spoke, Gu Jingzi led her to the restaurant. The Gu family's restaurant wasn't like the restaurants of other companies. The restaurant here was beautifully decorated. It was American style and had a touch of elegance. The metal edges and solid wood walls were very tasteful. It was like a luxurious banquet hall in a hotel. After entering, it felt like they were in a ball. The shareholders were still chatting when they saw the door open and Gu Jingze walk in. Instantly, everyone stopped talking and walked in Gu Jingze's direction. However, at this moment, everyone was surprised to see a woman beside Gu Jingze. It was Lin Che. Everyone reacted instantly. Some of them raised their glasses and said, "President Gu brought Madam here. How rare." Seeing this, everyone followed. President Gu and Madam are really a match made in heaven. I'm so envious. Gu Jingze reached out to hold Lin Che's arm and smiled. He turned his head to look at her. Everyone could see that Gu Jingze's usually cold gaze only glowed with a gentle light when he looked at Lin Che. Although it was still as cold as the moonlight, it was much softer than it usually was. This was a gaze that only Lin Che would have. Chapter 781. She turned her head, and her gaze became even colder. She held onto Lin Che's arm and officially walked into the auditorium. Everyone couldn't help but look at Lin Che even more. They looked at the woman who had conquered this king-like man. For a moment, they were stunned by her appearance. However, it was too superficial to think that Gu Jingze would like her just because she was good-looking. Everyone was still trying to figure out what ability this woman had to be able to conquer this steel-like man. However, there was no doubt that today, Gu Jingze especially extended the time of the banquet. He, who usually didn't like to attend after meeting gatherings, actually took the initiative to attend the shareholders' meeting. All of these, without exception, were for this woman. He wanted everyone to know that he had this wife, and that he valued this wife. Lin Che's status was that of the legitimate Mrs. Gu of the Gu family. Her son was also a legitimate descendant of the Gu family. Everyone knew that he had started to pave the way for the child by letting him meet the shareholders so early. In the future, this child might become the next important person in the Gu family. Of course, they started to curry favor with the mother of this child, Lin Che. Lin Che felt a little embarrassed when she was stared at by the senior executives of the Gu Corporation. Some of them were old and gray-haired, but they still looked at her with great respect. However, Gu Jingze was beside her. He held her hand and whispered in her ear, "You don't have to feel strange. This is Gu Tianxing. He's a fence-sitter. If he bows to you today, he might bow to someone else tomorrow. You don't have to listen to this kind of person even if he kneels to you. So, just bear with it." Lin Che was speechless. Outsiders looked at the two of them and thought that they were getting tired of each other in public. However, they didn't know that Gu Jingze was guiding Lin Che. After hearing his words, Lin Che looked at the people in the room again and thought to himself, "This isn't a movie or TV series. This is real. These people are all real tycoons, real shareholders of the Gu family." For them to be able to get to this point, it can be seen that none of them are as simple as they look on the surface. Although they looked kind, she didn't know how they were scheming behind their backs. She couldn't judge them by their appearances anymore. However, she still felt a little uncomfortable. After all, she had only acted in such a high-end scene on TV before. Today, she was facing it in real life. She couldn't help admiring the man around her. In this house, she was afraid that he was the youngest. Any shareholder present was older than Gu Jingze. However, when these people faced Gu Jingze, they were all full of deep respect. They submitted and trusted him from the bottom of their hearts. They didn't doubt him at all because of Gu Jingze's age. On the contrary, they were afraid because of his eyes. It could be seen that Gu Jingze was really capable. These old foxes could be subdued by him one by one. Actually, looking at Gu Jingze, one could already see that he had maintained the demeanor of a king from beginning to end. He looked at everyone with alienation, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far. Although he was just standing there, it gave people the feeling that he was far away, high up in the sky. This was probably something he was born with. Lin Che felt that standing next to him, she must not lose, so she straightened her back, stood there, smiled at people, and maintained her own demeanor. She didn't let these hypocritical compliments get to her head at all. Everyone thought that Lin Che, a country girl with no background, would be confused and lost. However, she didn't panic at all when she stood beside Gu Jingze. Even though she didn't have any background, she wasn't inferior to any of the rich young ladies. She was even more noble than some of the young ladies and had an extraordinary bearing. Several people privately said that it seemed that Gu Jingze didn't just choose people based on their appearance. It was obvious that Gu Jingze was such a cunning person. How could he be cheated by a little girl? This woman, this Mrs. Gu, seemed to be really capable. That was why she could stand so firmly in this position. Yun Luo was still watching from afar. She wanted to go over, but she felt that she had already lost the moment Gu Jingze and Lin Che stepped into this room together. She didn't want to take a step closer and humiliate herself. At this moment, Yin Quishan walked over from the side. He had an agreement with Gu Jingze and had cooperated with him for 2 years. During these 2 years, he had also become one of the shareholders of the Gu Corporation, so he was also attending today's shareholders meeting. He looked at Yun Luo. "What are you doing standing here?" Yun Luo lowered her head sadly, and her slender fingers held the crystal goblet. "Otherwise, where else can I go?" Did her father still think that she was not embarrassed enough? Today, the entire Gu Corporation saw that she had brought Mu Wanqing here, but Mu Wanqing had left her behind, just because Mu Wanqing saw Lin Che. Now everyone thought that Mu Wanqing was so close to her, like a mother and daughter, and that she loved her and treated her as her daughter-in-law. Now, they didn't know how to laugh at her behind her back. It was just a guess, but now it could be said that Mu Wanqing liked Miss Yun, but in front of Lin Che, Miss Yun was transparent. In the end, she was still defeated by Lin Che. She didn't even have a chance to fight back. Yun Quishan looked at his daughter and really didn't know what to say. "You're too weak. How can you fight Lin Che like this? Look at how generous Lin Che is, and then look at you, Luo. You have to pull yourself together." But Yun Luo looked in front of her. She suddenly felt that Gu Jingze and Lin Che were a good match. She had never been a confident person. Now that she looked at Lin Che, even though she knew that she was just a wild girl without any background, she couldn't help but feel that she had such an imposing manner. She didn't seem like someone without any background at all. Perhaps it was because she was better at acting and pretending, but even so, her acting was admirable. But then she looked at herself, she had nothing. Yun Quishan said, "You'd better think carefully. If you continue like this, Gu Jingze will really be hers. Humph. Let's see if you will regret it then." Yun Quishan looked at these higher-ups. They were really good at currying favor. These fence-sitters really don't have any confidence. When they saw Gu Jingze bring a woman here, they immediately flattered this woman. Yun Luo had long since noticed that the way these upper echelons treated Lin Che reminded her of Qin Hao from before. Chapter 782. Yun Quishan said, "Aren't you envious? If you could stand there, these people would be more respectful to you than they are to her." How could Yun Luo not be envious? Previously, everyone said that Gu Jingze treated her well. Everyone's envious gazes made her feel full of vanity. Slowly, she thought that Gu Jingze really loved her. Because of this, outsiders became more respectful and fearful of her. The praises were like the wind. It made her feel that she had never been the center of attention since she was young. Now, just because Gu Jingze stood next to her, everyone treated her like the sun and revolved around her every day. Especially when she saw these originally noble and indulgent rich people fawning over Lin Che because of Gu Jingze, she felt even more envious. After a while, Gu Jingze said to Lin Che, "Let mother bring the child here." Lin Che was stunned. He looked at Gu Jing's eyes and nodded. Not long after, he saw Qin Hao and Gu Shinian waiting outside. Lin Che hurried over and held Gu Shinian's hand. Be good. We'll be done in a while. We're just meeting a few uncles and grandpas. Gu Shinian nodded. He was pulled in by Lin Che, but he didn't show any stage fright. Gu Jingza also slowly walked over. Looking at the big and small pair, he suddenly smiled in satisfaction. He gave Lin Che a deep look, then held Gu Shinian's other hand. Lin Che looked at him. For a moment, he felt that the three of them were like a family of three. Moreover, this father was especially handsome. Gu Shinian wore a small suit today, looking especially like a little gentleman. Gu Jingza also wore a suit of a similar color. The two of them held hands and looked like they were in parent-child attire. However, this parent-child attire was a little too formal. Lin Che couldn't help but want to laugh. But the feeling of a father and son together was indeed very different. Lin Che suddenly felt a surge of pride. Her husband and her son were both handsome men that were hard to come by in this world. If the two of them were to walk on the streets, how many young girls' hearts would fall for them? Everyone had seen it long ago. Seeing the family of three standing together, they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. They were really good-looking. The children born from good-looking parents were also extraordinary. Wherever the three of them went, they would definitely be a sight to behold, causing one to be unable to contain their joy. The first time this child appeared, everyone was sure that he was very sharp. He didn't look like an ordinary child. No wonder Gu Jingza liked him so much. First, in such a big occasion, he didn't show any stage fright at all. They knew that he wasn't an ordinary person. If he was a 3-year-old child from an ordinary family, he would probably be so scared that he would pee his pants. Gu Jingza stood in the middle, smiling as he picked up his wine glass and said to everyone, "This is my son, Gu Shinian. I hope that everyone can help me educate him in the future. Thank you for your concern." Everyone hurriedly raised their glasses. No. This is what we should do. Before drinking the wine in the cup, everyone took another deep look at the child. Being born in the Gu family, he was blessed by nature from a young age. Gu, but they couldn't jealous. Normally, he wouldn't be so emotional. However, when he saw such a young child attending such an occasion, he couldn't help but feel emotional. Who was the one who said that the heavens were fair? How was this fair? Everyone's starting point was different. Gu Jingza didn't stay any longer. He wasn't a high-profile person. He only showed up with Gu Shinian for a while. He picked Gu Shinian up in front of everyone and said to him, "Let's go. Daddy will take you and Mommy out first. We'll be home soon." Gu Shinian nodded. At this time, he knew his limits and didn't say anything else. Gu Jingza looked at Gu Shinian with satisfaction, secretly praising him. This child was indeed smart. Lin Che was still wondering why the usually troublesome Gu Shinian was so obedient today. Seeing Gu Shinian come down, she said, "You're not planning something again, are you?" Gu Shinian looked at Lin Che and said, "Sigh, it's said that the longer the hair, the shorter the knowledge. Mom, these people are the ones who will decide whether I'll be able to raise you in the future. Of course I can't fool around in front of them." Lin Che said, "So materialistic at such a young age. I have the responsibility of taking care of my mother and daughter-in-law, so of course I have to be more utilitarian. Otherwise, how can I let you live a good life?" Lin Che patted his little head. Gu Shinian said, Hey, if you want to hit me, don't hit my head. Let's see who you can rely on to take care of you when you're old." "Ha! I have money to take care of myself. Who needs you to take care of me?" Gu Jingza looked at Gu Shinian and said, "You can just take care of your daughter-in-law. I'll take care of my daughter-in-law myself." As Gu Jingza said this, he quietly put his arm around her shoulders and turned his head to look at her. He had never thought that there would be such a scene. He had a wife and a son, but at this moment, he suddenly felt unprecedentedly satisfied. He, who had never put being a father on his agenda, was suddenly filled with anticipation for the role of a father. He was very grateful to Lin Che for giving birth to such a smart and beautiful son. Although it was hard to handle, it would still give him face when he went out. He put his arm around Lin Che and kissed her on the cheek. Lin Che was caught off guard by the kiss. She covered her cheek and turned her head away. "Hey, what are you doing?" Gu Jingzi said, as expected of our genes. "I think that if we bring this kid out in the future, we won't have to worry about being laughed at. You should be pretty good looking." Lin Che said, "What and what?" Gu Jingzi whispered into her ear, "It's nothing. I think you're very good." Lin Che was even more confused about what he meant, but Gu Jingzi didn't say anything else. Gu Jingzi felt that he was very lucky to be able to be with Lin Che and discover her as an unpolished gem. After that, he had been pleasantly surprised. He didn't know where this woman's magic came from, but she took all the good luck he had. Now, the child she gave birth to was so adorable. He couldn't help but think that she hadn't married him for nothing. When he had first married her, how could he have imagined that this day would come? Yin Kuishan looked at the family of three. He had long left angrily. It went without saying that he wanted to acknowledge the child's status and announce to everyone that this child would be the future heir of the Gu family. Yun Luo didn't leave, but his mind was filled with the beautiful image of the family of three. The image of them holding hands was so harmonious and beautiful that it made people envious from the bottom of their hearts. He envied the woman who could give birth to his child. With Gu Jingzi's genes, the child she gave birth to was so cute, so beautiful, and had Gu Jingzi's beautiful eyes. Chapter 783. He envied the woman who could give birth to his child. With Gu Jingzi's genes, the child she gave birth to would be so cute, so beautiful, with Gu Jingzi's beautiful eyes. Just as Gu Jingzi was in the corridor, Yin Luo walked towards him. She looked at Gu Jingzi carefully. "Jingzi, I'm sorry for coming here with Annie." Gu Jingzi looked at Yun Luo deeply. Seeing her pale face, he frowned and said, "Is your heart not feeling well?" Because he had helped her research on her heart for a long time, he was very sensitive to her illness. Yun Luo was stunned. She felt that Gu Jingzi was still concerned about her, and she was elated. Yun Luo hurriedly said, "No, I'm just a little tired. I'll go back after I take my medicine." Your body isn't good. Don't come out so often. I'll get the doctor to take a look at you later. We'll see the results of your research very soon. Don't worry too much." Gu Jingzi wasn't someone who would admit defeat. After helping her for so long, and seeing that the results were about to show, he hoped that the research would be successful, and Yin Luo would recover completely. That way, he wouldn't have wasted the past 2 years. If it failed, he would feel very frustrated. Yin Luo lowered her head tactfully. "Actually, I don't have much hope for this anymore. I just want to live as long as I can. Yin Luo, your father really wants to cure you. He spent a lot of money on you. You should know that. Don't say such depressing words." Yun Luo looked at Gu Jingzi quietly. "Jingzi, what about you? Do you want me to get better?" Gu Jingzi smiled. "Of course. I spent a lot of effort on this research." Although he said it in a very tactful manner, it was enough for Yun Luo. Before Yun Luo met Gu Jingzi, she never thought that she would be noticed one day. She also never thought that she would meet a man like this. Ever since she was born, she had a congenital heart disease. She couldn't move, walk, or do many things. Her family had protected her too well. So, in Country M, she almost never stepped out of the house, not even a second door. When her grandfather suddenly asked her to come to Country C for treatment, she obediently agreed. However, she didn't have much hope. To her surprise, she met the man she would never forget for the rest of her life, Gu Jingzi. For the first time, she knew that there was such a powerful man in the world other than her father. Because of Gu Jingzi, her identity as the eldest daughter of the Yun family was exposed in every country. When she was the center of attention, she felt like she was floating, as if she was going to fly every day. However, what made her feel even more happy was that this extraordinary man's love for her made her feel so warm. She once again had hope for her own life. She felt that there was absolutely nothing in this world that this man could not do. But she forgot he had a wife. Previously, everyone said that his wife was useless, and the Gu family did not agree to them being together, so she was sent abroad. She had thought she could replace him as his wife. She originally thought that since he treated her so well, even if he was indeed cold and didn't allow her to touch him, that was just his personality. It was easy to imagine that such a high and mighty person would have his own temper. Until Lin Che's return shattered all her fantasies. She felt extremely disappointed and humiliated today, but Gu Jingzi still cared about her health, which made her feel satisfied. Gu Jingzi nodded at her and continued to walk out. Seeing this, Yun Luo hurriedly took a few steps forward and followed him. She wanted to go out with him. At the door, Lin Che walked in. Gu Jingzi, hurry up. All right, I'm coming. Faced with Lin Che's urging, Gu Jingzi could only take a step forward and hurried to Lin Che's side. Lin Che saw Yun Luo, who was following behind him. Were they talking just now? Lin Che snorted and glared at Gu Jingzi unhappily. Although she believed that no woman could touch Gu Jingzi. After all, his body had a natural barrier that did not allow any woman to touch him. She would definitely be unhappy if he came into contact with other women. Especially this Yun Luo. She looked very weak, but that weakness made people dislike her. Perhaps she was prejudiced, but she couldn't help but feel that her weakness was very fake and annoying. Lin Che rolled her eyes at him and was caught red-handed by his sharp eyes. Gu Jingzi went to pull her hand. All right, let's go. Lin Che secretly shook her hand. She frowned and said unhappily, Don't pull me. Why are you pulling me? Although her voice was very low, her demeanor fell into Gu Jingzi's eyes. Gu Jingzi pursed his lips and chased after Lin Che. Why are you running? Come back, he said harshly. Lin Che didn't look back and continued to walk straight ahead. Lin Che, this stubborn woman really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Which woman would dare to ignore him and not listen to him? But it just had to be her. It was hard for him to reject her. He was angry, but he couldn't bring himself to be cruel to her. He caught up with her. His speed was much faster than hers. He picked her up and carried her on his shoulder. Lin Che was shocked. She was thrown on his shoulder and realized that something was wrong, especially from her direction. When she looked up, she could see Yun Luo standing opposite, looking at them in shock. Hey, Gu Jingzi. This was his company. How could he make a scene here? She patted his back and didn't let him move. But Gu Jingzi wasn't willing to listen to her. He slapped her butt and said, Now you're calling me. Why did you run just now? If you dare to run again, I'll spank your butt. Lin Che's face turned red. She felt that all the employees in the company had seen this scene and were pursing their lips to hold back their laughter. It was so embarrassing. He was already an adult, but he was still being spanked. Gu Jingzi was really childish when he became childish. But perhaps others were smiling, but Yun Luo couldn't smile no matter how hard she tried. It was the first time she saw Gu Jingzi interact with others like this. He was so lively and had completely let go of his arrogance. He was so strong that he could carry Lin Che effortlessly and even play with her while hugging her. Most importantly, he had actually let go of his arrogance for Lin Che. When Lin Che looked over, Yun Luo hurriedly stopped looking at them and hurriedly left through another staircase. The people in the company were indeed watching. Seeing Yun Luo leave and Gu Jingzi leave with Lin Che, they couldn't help but laugh. Look at Miss Yun. She ran away with her tail between her legs. Who was the one who said that President Gu was good to her? Now she's been slapped in the face. That's right. Once Madam comes back, the Yun family will have nothing to do with her. I think President Gu is the one who is true to Madam. It's just that Madam's family background isn't as good as Miss Yun's, but she's better than Miss Yun in every other aspect. Looks, figure, and temperament. Although Miss Yun is from a rich family, her temperament isn't as good as Madame Gu's. Chapter 784. Exactly. She came to the shareholders' meeting with Mrs. Gu today, but I heard from the people in the CEO's office that Mrs. Gu cried as soon as she saw Mrs. Gu. She said that she missed Mrs. Gu very much and was very sorry that she didn't pick her up earlier. Is that so? You even cried? In everyone's eyes, Madame Gu was like a queen. Now, she was crying in front of Lin Che. It seemed that everything was not going well for Miss Yun. In the past, when Gu Jingze was not around, the little bit of presence she had by his side was immediately swept away after Gu Jingze came back. Now, everyone knew that the most special person around Gu Jingze was Mrs. Gu. Just look at how Mr. Gu and Mrs. Gu got along. It went without saying. Lin Che was brought back to the house by Gu Jingze. When Gu Jingze arrived at the place, he carried Lin Che and went inside. Lin Che hurriedly kicked and hit him. Let go of me. Firen is still here. You don't do this. Gu Jingze said directly. Don't worry. Mu Firen went shopping with her daughter. They haven't come back yet. He had already inquired about this. Gu Jingze carried Lin Che all the way upstairs. As soon as they entered the room, he pressed Lin Che down on the bed. Lin Che moaned. Gu Jingze looked down at her and chuckled. You're so obedient in bed? Lin Che frowned and looked at him. You're so annoying. Aren't you afraid that Miss Yun will be jealous when she sees us running away like this? Gu Jingze paused and lowered his head to bite the tip of her nose. I think the sour smell is stronger here. Lin Che turned his face away, not allowing him to touch him. How would I dare? Isn't it very normal for the great CEO Gu to have one or two women outside? Especially someone like Miss Yun, who is weak and powerless. Most of the time, I feel like I'm bullying her. Don't say it's not sour. If you continue to be sour, I will faint. Come on, turn around and let me have a look. No. She was still angry and wouldn't turn around. Gu Jingze searched for her lips and kissed her, but she dodged immediately. Gu Jingze had no choice but to hold her hands to stop her from moving. Lin Che used his leg to press against his waist. She kicked him. Gu Jingze's eyes widened, and he quickly dodged it. Then, he looked at her with sparkling eyes and said, You're good. You dare to kick me. Aren't you afraid that you won't have a descendant? You won't even have a place to cry then. Scram, why would I cry if you don't have any descendants? There aren't any three-legged toads, but there are plenty of three-legged men. Lin Che deliberately emphasized the words three legs, hinting at the leg in the middle. Gu Jingze was stunned. He lowered his head and looked at her darkly. His threatening gaze made her feel dangerous. He tightened his grip and looked at her as he said, There are many men with three legs, but not many of them can satisfy you. I think I haven't touched you for a long time, so you've forgotten my ability, haven't you? As soon as Gu Jingze finished speaking, he grabbed her body and began to move. Lin Che was shocked. You're so annoying. Who wants you to touch me? She quickly began to resist. She hit his hands and pushed his body away. Gu Jingze wanted to press her down. He definitely had the strength to do so, but he didn't want to hurt her if he used too much strength. He didn't dare to use more strength and could only let her hit his body. Seeing that he didn't move and didn't retaliate, she quickly stopped. She looked at the man who was looking at her with a tipsy gaze and said, Why did you stop? Doesn't it hurt? She knew how strong he was, so she used quite a bit of strength to hit him. Gu Jingze said, If I use more strength, I'll definitely hurt your small arms and legs. How dare you hit me? Don't you see how many people are queuing up to be bullied by me? You, on the other hand, push me and hit me every day. He lowered his head and planted a heavy kiss on her forehead. His gaze was affectionate and gentle as he wrapped his arms around her body. His voice was so deep that it sounded like aged wine. You're just relying on the fact that I love you and can't do anything to you. His magnetic voice and seductive gaze made Lin Che's body go limp. She quickly turned her face away and said, Yeah, you love me now, but in the future, when you love someone else, I'll have to stand aside, right? Don't talk nonsense. He lowered his head and licked her lips. He looked at her deeply and said, Your body hasn't been fully developed yet. How can you be interested in playing with others? I think your body is enough for me to develop for the rest of my life." As he spoke, his lips circled around her cheeks and kissed her lightly. When his lips moved down, he purposely left some warmth on her cheeks. She could only close her eyes and feel like her body was a puppet being led by him. She was stiff and couldn't move on her own. She could only be led by him. His lips slid down to her neck, and she moaned. Pushing him away, she murmured, "Don't." Gu Jingzi took a deep breath. His hands couldn't help but reach under the hem of her clothes and knead her soft body. It felt like she had given birth, but her body really hadn't become loose. Instead, it felt even tighter than before. What he said was the truth. He had never thought that a woman's body could be so magical. No matter which woman he faced, he couldn't lift his spirits at all. He always felt that they weren't as good as her. He didn't even have the slightest thought of admiring them. With just one look, he felt that they were just ordinary cosmetics that couldn't even compare to one of Lin Che's fingers. Wasn't he bewitched by her? Gu Jingzi already felt his entire body tense up. His lower body was rushing towards an unimaginable hardness. It had been too long since he had touched her body. Just a little touch was enough to make him explode. But she could feel Lin Che's unwillingness. Even though she didn't have much energy to resist, the expression on her face showed that she was unwilling. He didn't want her to feel the slightest bit unhappy. So, no matter what, he stopped. However, he bit her enchanting lips according to her exquisite face. Her tender and alluring lips made him want to swallow her whole. But in the end, he still let go of her and sighed at her. He couldn't do anything about it. It seemed like no matter when, as long as she said the word, he would be willing no matter what. Even if his body told him that he couldn't, he would definitely change his mind. Chapter 785. Letting go of her, he jumped off the bed and said to her, "Rest first. I'm going to wash up." Then, he ran into the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water could be heard. Lin Che combed her messy hair and looked at Gu Jingzi in the bathroom. She couldn't help but be stunned. This Gu Jingzi, was he playing with her on purpose? But his technique hadn't regressed after so many years. Instead, it seemed to have improved. Lin Che pouted. Who knew which woman he had learned it from? Although she knew it was impossible since his body was there, and no one could touch it, she couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps she was a good-for-nothing who couldn't take it anymore after being teased by him. But the feeling just now was too wonderful. His lips were so soft, and his body was so strong. Thinking about it, she felt her face heating up. She was really courting death. Why did she have to provoke such a man, causing her to be unable to control herself? Just then, Gu Jingzi came out. His body, which had just been washed with cold water, was glowing red. He only had a bath towel on his lower body, and his mermaid lines were even more obvious under the water. His body lines were outlined by the water droplets, and he looked as perfect as the cover photo of a fashion blockbuster. But he didn't need to use Photoshop like those models. Every part of his body was so perfect that he didn't need any seasoning. Gu Jingzi didn't expect Lin Che to be here already. He saw her the moment he stepped out of the bathroom. Their eyes met, and her face was like a burning cloud, quickly dyeing her entire face red. He looked down at himself. Why? Do you want to see? Come closer. Lin Che looked at him awkwardly and couldn't help but scold. Get lost. Who wants to see? He really made people lose their resistance easily. Gu Jingzi said, Okay. I want you to see, okay? He held Lin Che's body and hugged her. Let's go. I'll help you wash up. Why do I need your help? Can I help you? But, let's go. He pulled Lin Che into the bathroom and helped her get the toothpaste. He carried her to the sink and looked at her. Open your mouth. Lin Che looked at him speechlessly. I'm not a child. In my eyes, you will always be a child. As he spoke, he stuffed the electric toothbrush into her mouth. Looking at her, he said, Really, you're not happy that I'm serving you. Lin Che's mouth was filled with toothbrush, and he whimpered, The great Sigu is serving me. I'm flattered. Gu Jingza looked at her with a smile. It's okay. This mouth is mine, so I'll help you. His fingers gently traced the curves of her body. This body is mine. I'll help you take care of it. This is what I should do. Scram. Lin Che felt that no matter how shameless he was, he could still say whatever he wanted. She jumped off the counter and washed herself. He hugged her from behind. Lin Che frowned. Why are you so clingy? You're even clingier than Yin Yin. Yeah, I just want to stick to you. He hugged her body from behind and kissed the back of her neck. Lin Che quickly begged, okay. It's ticklish. Hearing that, Gu Jingza changed from blowing to biting. He took a big bite and sucked out a piece of red on the surface. You're so annoying. She quickly jumped away. Touching her back, she said to Gu Jingza, Who told you to do this? There's a mark. What's wrong? Is it not good? Gu Jingza said, I want those people to see it, so that they won't all come coveting a married man like you. Lin Che glared at him and turned to look at the mirror. In the mirror, there was indeed a red mark on her neck. And it was so big. It was so obvious. Lin Che was so angry that she shouted at Gu Jingza angrily. You. Just you wait. I'm going to take revenge. As she said this, she jumped to Gu Jingza's side. Because he was only wearing a towel, she didn't have to take off his clothes. She directly bit his neck. Hiss! He grunted. There was already a big mark on his neck. This little devil's bite was so painful. Gu Jingza hugged her and said affectionately, I'm willing to let everyone know that I belong to you, Lin Che. Lin Che's head was about to go dizzy from his focused gaze. Why did he suddenly confess like this? It made her feel like she was going to die. Gu Jingza lowered his head and said, I'm very happy to be with you now. Lin Che felt like she was about to be sucked into his eyes. She quickly lowered her head and didn't dare to look at him. He carried her, and she was suddenly in the air. She could only wrap her arms around his neck. Why do you always want to carry me? It's not like I don't have legs and can't walk, Lin Che mumbled. Gu Jingza rubbed her cheek. I just want to keep hugging you like this. No matter how many times I hug you, I won't get tired of it. Even if I hug you every day, it won't be enough. Lin Che's heart started thumping again. Looking at his eyes that were filled with deep emotions, she hurriedly buried her head into his neck. He was so annoying. This man. He smiled and put her on the bed. Even though he was very uncomfortable, he still wanted to hug her to sleep. He really felt very happy today. He was very satisfied that he could take her with him, as if all the hard work he had done in the past hadn't been in vain. As long as he could share these with her, he felt that everything was worth it. The next day, Lin Che and Yu Minmin agreed to read the script together. Because they were old partners, the suspense TV series Witchcraft's Notes had a very high ratings and was the most talked about topic that year. Therefore, Yu Minmin wanted Lin Che to have a try. However, Lin Che admitted that she hadn't decided whether she should continue with the filming. She followed Yu Minmin to the cafe and brought Mu Firen along. The two of them swaggered through the street, but no one noticed them. Because they were both wearing hats and sunglasses, Mu Firen was able to hide it. Actually, Lin Che was fine. After all, she hadn't been in the entertainment industry for a long time, so if she disappeared suddenly, people would forget her quickly. However, Mu Firen had been in the entertainment industry for more than 10 years and had too many works. Even if she disappeared for a while, there would always be people looking at her works. Moreover, she was a famous actress, so she was more worried. The two of them entered the cafe together. Lin Che introduced Mu Firen to Yu Minmin. This is Mu Firen. You should know her, right? Yu Minmin immediately greeted her with a smile. Of course. Sister Firen is a famous actress. Everyone in Country C knows her. Chapter 786. Mu Firen smiled awkwardly and said, What do you mean by actress? She was promoted by everyone. That's how this industry works. Once you're promoted, you'll be able to do whatever you want. But one day, when you're not promoted anymore, you'll fall hard again. It's all on the surface. How you live depends on yourself. Yu Minmin said, but you've achieved so much and your name will be immortalized. No one will forget you for years to come. I didn't expect you two to become friends. You've given me a chance to meet Sister Firen, who I would never have met before. Mu Firen laughed and said, I really don't know how to respond to Mrs. President's words. Yu Minmin made a face and Lin Che said, all right, you don't have to be so polite. I just want you to get to know each other. We're all on the same side. It's disgusting to hear people flattering each other. Hearing this, Mu Firen laughed and said, that's true. This is a problem of habit. I accidentally flattered him. Everyone laughed and sat down. Yu Minmin didn't waste any time and handed the script to Lin Che. Lin Che took the script and looked at the synopsis, and some follow-up stories. Yu Minmin said, it's a good script, but Shuiyang needs to make a more high-end movie to stabilize his position. So he has to give up on this one. I've asked the director, and he hasn't decided on the female lead yet. I told the director that I want to recommend a female lead to him. He doesn't know it's you yet. If he knew, he would be overjoyed. Lin Che thought it was a good story and said, but do I really have to act? I haven't acted in a movie for years. What are you afraid of? You're a professional. Have you forgotten how to act? Go home and practice. I promise you'll be better than them. Lin Che was about to say something when Yu Minmin said forcefully, all right, it's settled then. We'll go to the director's office for the audition tomorrow. Even though it's just an audition for you because you'll definitely pass, we still have to go through the motions, Yu Minmin said decisively. Lin Che was speechless. How could she be so forceful? Yu Minmin looked at Mu Firen and said, Sister Firen, what's your plan? Me? I've been filming for more than 10 years, and I've done enough. For now, I don't want to think about anything else. I just want to rest and take care of my child. Yu Minmin had a look of pity on his face. I was thinking that if you left your previous management company, you could come to us. No, I'll be going back to Seattle soon, but the child is here. I want to bring her around for a few days. Hearing this, Lin Che looked at Mu Firen and said, do you still want to go back? Then won't we be separated? Yeah, I know you won't leave. You're so passionate every night. Mu Firen covered her mouth and laughed. Lin Che suffered a huge blow. What do you mean by hot? Isn't it the two of you? I can hear you chattering in the room every day. Lin Che's face instantly turned red. She had forgotten that this wasn't the Gu family's house. The house wasn't as soundproof as the Gu family's house, so she might hear a lot of sounds from outside. Yu Minmin looked at Lin Che and slanted her eyes. No wonder Sister Firen wants to go back to America. It turns out that you're the culprit. But Firen, you have to get used to it. Actually, it's not the first time she has done this. As long as she is with Gu Jingze, we will definitely be the ones being abused. Mu Firen said, yeah, I feel jealous and jealous. She has such a handsome guy protecting her while I'm alone. So I decided to leave early. The two of them echoed each other's words, leaving Lin Che speechless. She used to think it was a normal thing, but when they saw it, they would accuse them of abusing a single dog. It was just because Gu Jingze was too scary in their eyes. They couldn't stand him when he acted a little friendly. At this moment, Yu Minmin's phone rang. Okay, you guys go ahead. I have to go. Why are you in such a hurry? Lin Che said. Yu Minmin blushed. Yeah, I have something to do later. At this moment, Lin Che's eyes were very sharp. He looked at her ringing phone and said, is it Mr. President calling you? It must be. Is Mr. President coming to pick you up? It was rare for Yu Minmin to be flustered. She stuttered, seriously, just go back and read your script and prepare for the audition tomorrow. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Minmin, you're so nervous. Something must have happened. Tell me honestly, or I won't let you go so easily. Oh, it's really nothing. Yu Minmin was still nervous when Mu Firen grabbed Lin Che and said, Hey. Lin Che was stunned. He turned around and saw that the person behind him was none other than Gu Jingming. Mr. President actually came here. Mu Firen stood still immediately. It was her first time seeing Mr. President in person, so she was a little nervous. When Gu Jingming saw Lin Che, he smiled and walked over. Yu Minmin hurried over and said, "Why did you come in?" "I was just about to go out." "It's nothing. I heard that you were here, so I came to see you." Gu Jingming looked at Lin Che and said, "Long time no see." Lin Che sighed. He looked at Gu Jingming. He always saw him on TV. He was not much different from how he looked on TV. He was still extraordinarily handsome. No wonder he was always rated as the most charming president. Lin Che said, "Mr. President, long time no see." Gu Jingming said, "I don't know what magic you have to make Jingzi turn the world upside down with you." Lin Che was a little embarrassed. She looked at Gu Jingming and said, "I didn't expect anything to happen. As for what happened later, I didn't expect it either." Gu Jingming said, "All right, don't be nervous. I'm not questioning you. It's just that it's not easy for you to follow Jingzi to this day. I hope you cherish it." After saying that, Gu Jingming put his hand on Yu Minmin's shoulder and said, "Let's go." Yu Minmin turned to Lin Che and said, "I'll leave first. Remember to be on time tomorrow." "Okay." Lin Che looked at Yu Minmin and waved. Then, he jogged to catch up with Gu Jingming. Mu Fearon sighed and said, "It's always thrilling to go out with you. Now, even Mr. President has appeared in front of me." Lin Che, "Outsiders must be blind to think that you're just a small star." Lin Che said, "I'm really just a small star." Chapter 787. Mu Fearon looked in the direction where Gu Jingming and Yu Minmin had left. These are people that ordinary people can't meet even if they wanted to, but they are people who are closely related to you. All right, Lin Che, your life is destined to be so complicated, so you can't leave. I want to go back to America myself, because I know that you will definitely stay here. Your family, your friends, and your lover are here, right? Lin Che also knew that he couldn't leave. Putting everything else aside, she had to take Nian Nian's identity seriously. And Gu Jingzi, she sighed. Gu Jingzi always said that he couldn't do anything to her. Actually, she was the one who couldn't do anything to him. Yu Minmin and Gu Jingming set off together. She looked at Gu Jingming and kept looking into his eyes. She didn't know why, but she suddenly felt that Gu Jingming looked so handsome when he said those words to Lin Che just now. Gu Jingming looked at Yu Minmin. "Why are you staring at me?" Yu Minmin quickly turned her head away and lowered her head. No. I just think that you look good with your haircut today." Gu Jingming looked at her. "Oh, no wonder you look like you wanted to eat me alive. I really thought that you couldn't control yourself when you first saw me." Yu Minmin couldn't help but blush at his teasing words. She glared at him and said, "I didn't." Gu Jingming smiled. Holding the steering wheel, he said to her, "Don't rush. We'll take it slow when we get back." Yu Minmin snorted coldly. "Are we going to Su Yi's birthday party today?" "Oh, so you can't help but want to do it here first?" How could Gu Jingming misinterpret what she meant? "That's not what I meant." Yu Minmin was almost going crazy. Gu Jingming stopped the car. They had already arrived at the hotel. It was a private party, and Su Yi didn't invite that many people. It was just a gathering of a few close friends for a meal. Seeing that the car had stopped, Yu Minmin reached out to open the door. However, her hand was stopped by Gu Jingming. She turned around suspiciously and saw that Gu Jingming's lips were already moving towards her. He had slammed her against the car door so easily. He admired Yu Minmin's stunned expression. As if in slow motion, he slowly kissed her lips. Her chest really made him greedy. At this moment, he knew that there was something wrong, but he still pinched it hard. It was a very deep kiss. When it ended, Yu Minmin was in a daze. His eyes were closed and he was in a daze. He tidied up her clothes and said slowly, "Bear with it for a while and leave early. We'll go home when it's over. I'll satisfy you then." Yu Minmin felt that someone was staring at him from outside. How could he pretend that he didn't see such a firm gaze, just like a spotlight? It was In Suya. She was looking at Yu Minmin and Gu Jingming through the glass window of the car. She could clearly see everything that was happening on the opposite side of the car. Her expression seemed to be stained with frost as she stood there in a daze. Yu Minmin couldn't help but shiver when he saw the deep look in her eyes that seemed as though she was about to peel off his flesh. What was she trying to do? Gu Jingming seemed to have noticed it too. After tidying up Yu Minmin's clothes, he looked up at her and got out of the car. Yu Minmin got out of the car too. Gu Jingming caressed her back and looked at In Suya. "You're here. Where's Zhongmo? Isn't he with you?" In Suya wanted to laugh, but she couldn't. She looked at Gu Jingming and said, "He's not with me. He'll be there soon." After saying that, she turned around and left. Yu Minmin raised her eyebrows. She looked up and asked, "Is she getting engaged to Fang Zhongmo?" Ever since Fang Zhongmo confessed to In Suya in public 2 years ago, In Suya had been with Fang Zhongmo. Because they had known each other for many years, everyone didn't think much of it. However, the fact that In Suya used to be with Gu Jingming was a hot topic and everyone talked about it for a long time. Fang Zhongmo had always liked In Suya. However, at that time, Gu Jingming had completely broken up with In Suya and said many cruel words to her. Therefore, Fang Zhongmo had confessed to In Suya. Because of In Suya, Fang Zhongmo had almost broken up with Gu Jingming. Fortunately, in the end, under Su Yi's urging, they had finally reconciled. Although there were still some traces in their hearts, they were still good friends for many years. Yu Minmin had heard most of the story. Some servants had told her, but Gu Jingming would never mention it to her. Yu Minmin looked at In Suya and didn't seem very happy. However, Gu Jingming didn't care about her. When he saw Sui coming, he said, "Happy birthday. However, the bridge project that I gave to your family a while ago is your birthday present. I don't have a present for you today." Suyi's face was full of disdain. "That's because our family won the bid. What has it got to do with you? Sai, Minmin is still the best. Do you have a present?" Sui said to Yu Minmin. However, Gu Jingming had already pressed down on Yu Minmin's hand and said, "She won't give any man a present except for me." Yu Minmin was embarrassed. She wanted to punch Gu Jingming, but she knew that she couldn't beat him, so she could only bear with it. She looked up, wanting to kill him with her eyes. Sui felt that it was even more unreasonable. "Oh my God! Oh my God! I've never seen a man as overbearing as you. Yu Minmin, how can you bear with him like this? You can't do this, you can't do that. You're like a little pet that's being kept in a cage." Yu Minmin could only laugh dryly. She looked at Gu Jingming and said, "I'll bear with it just by looking at his face." Sui said, "So you're just saying that because he's handsome?" Gu Jingming smiled and embraced Yu Minmin generously. He said, "It's my honor that madam can be smitten by my looks." He stared at Yu Minmin. "Are you really putting up with me because I'm good-looking?" She thought that he was good-looking, and he even thought that it was a good feeling. Sui said, "Is it a monster? Someone here is abusing animals. Was he abusing dogs?" Yu Minmin said, "If I said yes, would you be happy or would you be unhappy?" Gu Jingming pressed his lips against her ear. "I'd be happy, but if you said that you're putting up with me because of my skills, I might be even happier." "Fuck you. What skills?" Although his skills were indeed not bad, Gu Jingming pulled Yu Minmin in, too lazy to care about Su Yi, who was already being abused. Su Yi then saw Fang Zhongmo hurriedly walk in. "Hey, you didn't see it just now. Jingming is really too much now. He's bullying me because I don't have a girlfriend. He's showing off his affection to Yu Minmin. See, I was here?" Fang Zhongmo couldn't be bothered to listen to him and interrupted him. "You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.